The Louie T Network is powered by MusicHead University. MusicHeads, classes in session. Turn me up. Enroll on YouTube now. Link is in the description.
Could it be? For me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post Live. You know what it is. Post up. Take command. I, of course, am your Commander-in-Chief, Louie T. Thank you for joining me. So tonight is going to be a fun night. Got a lot in store for you. Obviously, I teased that we would do a live viewer mock draft, all 7 rounds for the Washington Commanders. You guys are going to be totally in charge. I will explain how this will work as we get to that portion of the show. Obviously, today we had the pre-draft presser from both GM Adam Peters and his assistant GM, Lance Newmark. First time we've heard from Lance Newmark since he was brought in as the assistant GM. So that was refreshing. I had already had prior knowledge of him and listened to him speak over in Detroit. So I was very comfortable with him already and knew what he was about. But it was even better listening to him talk as a member of the Burgundy and Gold. And I gleaned a lot from this press conference. As a matter of fact, I told y'all, generally, I don't take notes. I've been taking a lot more notes of these press conferences lately because I don't like to miss anything. And sometimes when I don't take notes, I leave out certain details. And then you guys do a great job of filling in the gaps, filling in the blanks. When I don't mention something, you're like, hey, don't forget about this. And I go, oh, yeah. So I try to avoid having that happen, though, by taking notes. And I took a lot of notes, almost a full page of notes from this presser. And this is a big one, as I mentioned, because it's Adam Peters' first, and you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So I'm anxious to see what he does. Same with Lance Newmark. I'm excited because both of these guys are really league renowned for their ability to identify talent. So you put these two guys in the same room, in the same building, on the same team, and I'm expecting fireworks, honestly. I'm expecting them to nail this draft. You know, Peters joked about going 9 for 9. I don't think they're going to go 9 for 9, but with these two in the building, anything's possible, man. I'm really excited about next week's draft, but we're going to talk about this presser first. We're really going to dive into this thing knee deep and talk about all that was said and what we can glean from some of what was said. I want to first start the show off, and I am aware that there was a new Commanders log that dropped today. Shout out to Miss Perry for keeping me abreast of that situation, and Joe Rockhead also keeping me in the loop with a lot of this stuff. And so I knew that it was coming, but you guys know how I like to do. I like to consume the Commanders log after the live stream, because usually they drop them on Thursdays. Usually we're live on Thursdays. So I like to just sit down after the stream. The streams are usually long, 2-3 hours. And then I decompress watching the Commanders log and enjoy the 17 to 20 minutes of pure bliss that it usually is for me. And also, you know what I like to do? I like to react to those. And I like to react to those right after I've watched. It's fresh. Everything is right there. I just watched it, so I'm not going to forget anything. And so I haven't watched it yet. I assume that it's going to be excellent because they haven't missed in over a year and a half on these Commander logs. You got to go back to season 1 to find a dud, okay, with the Commander logs. They killed it all last year. The season 3, episode 1 with Dan Quinn and that whole whirlwind with Peters and Quinn and all that. That was boom, on target. I assume that this is going to be a lot of that. And then obviously they're going to be kind of chronicling the draft process, the draft itself, like we saw last year with Rivera and company. And I'm assuming that's what the next episode will be about. And then they'll probably be, following the young guys that come in here like they did last year, et cetera, et cetera. So looking forward to watching it. Haven't done so yet. I assume that it was great work, because that's what they've done here over the last, like I said, year and a half. So I want to start the show off, though, first by talking about how proud I am of everyone in the comment section of the video that I posted this morning. So right after the podcast last night, it was a great podcast episode. It was really one of the better podcast episodes I've done in a while. I felt like we talked NBA, we talked Bill Belichick, and I thought that conversation itself was riveting stuff. And then obviously we talked about the Jaden Daniels agent situation, which led us to another conversation about the top 30 visit, with Washington having 22. It was told to us by Albert Breer. I don't know if you guys, again, shout out to Miss Perry. She's all over this, man. She sent me Albert Breer talking to Rich Eisen about the Washington Commanders visits. And he said 22. So remember, I told you that we were up to 24 visits. And he said 22 of the visits, the players, the prospects for those visits were at the Top Golf event over the last couple of days and in the facility. So 22 guys. Wow. Pretty much their entire group of official visits were there, essentially. So we talked about all of that, and it got me to thinking I need to chop this up and do a whole video, but there were other layers to it that I added in, and it made for a really good video. I thought it was a really good video, and I thought it tackled everything from all angles. But what I was most proud of is the fact that most of you didn't agree with me, which is fine. I told you I want to create a space here where we're not always going to agree, because we're not. I remember my guy, Burgundy Fly Guy, used to always say, welcome to the show where we may not always agree, but the admission here is free. Like I just go into this process assuming that we're not going to agree on everything, because we don't see things from the same lens. That said, the conversation and the dialogue that took place in the comment section of that video is exactly what I've been trying to cultivate. And it wasn't nasty. It wasn't malicious. You didn't agree with me, and you made sure you knew that I didn't agree, or vice versa. You made sure that I knew that you didn't agree with me, and I didn't mind. I loved it, right? And I went through the comments, and it ranged from Louie T, you don't know what you're talking about. This is what I see here, and this is the perspective and the lens that I see it from. And you will go on and talk about, you know, having all these guys here and having them be around their peers. And we've got more information. And obviously the press conference happened. And of course they were asked about it. And we've heard so many different, and I even gave you, I thought, a well-constructed tweet or two that kind of looked at it from a different perspective. And a lot of you talked about, you know, how you feel like they went about it, or even it ranged from Louie T, you don't know what you're talking about, this is what I think, to can we just get to next week? I am so sick of this shit and I am over it. I'm ready for the draft to be here yesterday. So it was beautiful. And I just want to thank every single one of you who commented and did it in a tasteful manner. No mudslinging, no nastiness. Yeah, there were, of course, a couple of Jaden Daniels sucks, or if he doesn't want to be here. And that's fine. That's your opinion too. And none of that is malicious either, right? I'm really proud of how everybody handled that situation. But with that said, the pre-draft presser was chef's kiss, right? It's Chef P. So what else did you expect, right? Chef's kiss. So I'm going to jump into my notes, and I took a full page of notes. I told you I don't take notes often, but as you can see, I took a full page of notes. And so I have a lot to say, clearly. And we'll just go in the order in which the press conference kind of flowed. And that's how I took the notes. So Adam Peters started off the press conference by thanking everyone that has had a hand in this process. And literally, it felt like he had just won an Emmy or a Grammy, and he had this speech prepared, and he had to thank so many people, and he didn't want to leave anybody out. And he said before he started, this is going to be a little bit long, so brace yourself, but I got to do this. And it got me to thinking, and I wrote this down in my notes. Adam Peters is genuinely a good dude. Like, it's hard to find people like Adam Peters, because as someone that has worked for other individuals, I've never actually been someone that has presided over others, right? But I've seen, and I'm very introspective, but I'm also, because I think about how I feel and how I felt when this person did this or that, but I'm also very aware of I'm hypersensitive to everything that's going on around me. And that includes how others make other people feel. And it usually doesn't take a lot to make people want to bust their ass for you. That's the thing that I think is a misconception, is that bosses think that you got to go above and beyond the Call of Duty. People just want to know that they're appreciated sometimes. A simple act or a simple gesture like bringing donuts to work one day for everyone and just telling them how much you appreciate their hard work. Pulling somebody aside and saying, hey, you're doing a hell of a job, man, and I really appreciate the effort that you're putting in. That goes a long way with people. And for him to take the time at a press conference that's already limited in terms of how much time that it's going to be. And like I said, he's genuinely a good dude, because if you watch some of the other press conferences or the scrums, like when they were in Orlando, and they've always got the media guy there, because somebody's got to make sure that these things don't go an hour and 30 minutes. Somebody's got to say, hey, we're going to be here for 20 minutes. And when they get to that 5-minute mark, 5-minute left mark, he lets them know, hey, we're running out of time here. We got time for 2 more questions, right? Somebody's got to do that, right? So that they got their PR media guy standing right there over his shoulder. And I remember all the reporters were sitting at the table, and he goes, I think 2 of them were trying to ask a question at the same time. And they went with the first person, and I think it was like Ben Standing or it was John Kime, one of the 2. And he said, don't worry. You know what? Everybody gets 1 more question. Don't worry about it, right? Like, he's very generous with his time. He's just a good dude. And to sit there and name every single person that has had a hand in all of this, even down to in all of these, it's crazy because we've been so locked in. I can't remember an offseason that I've been this locked in. I'll be honest with you. And the names of the people that he was naming, some of the females, I knew them. Like, I knew their responsibility, because every single hire, even the ones that are insignificant to me, because it's not going to necessarily impact the play on the field, but having seen them hired, looked at their job title and the description, and then some of these people have been featured in some of these commanders logs, like Pete Perselli, right? We saw him last year. He's an area scout, right? We saw him, as a matter of fact, I don't think it was last year. I think he was in episode 1. He was driving in the car. Remember, he was talking about, the process and how they're away from their families and this, that, and the third. So you get to know these guys a little bit. And I remember last year, they had a young lady up there, and she was the one that took the players to the Washington Monument and all of the different statues in DC. And I think she still works there. And I think that was one of the names. I think she was the one that put together the Top Golf. Remember the lady they hired earlier this year, away from the Atlanta Falcons, I believe. And he mentioned her name as well. And I was just like, damn, I know all these people, or at least I've heard their name before. And that's not normal. I don't think most fan bases can recite some of the names, or at least are aware of some of these names of people in the jobs that they do. But that's how locked in we've been with this ownership change and everything that's going on. And for him to sit there and thank everybody, I thought it was just, it's an A+ on his part. And that's part of the reason why that environment that he's creating and cultivating right now is going to be successful. This isn't going to fail, guys. It's not going to fail. And it's because of guys, and it starts with guys like Josh Harris, but also Adam Peters, right? And then I also put in parentheses, he's very detail and process oriented. And he talked about going through the process and how he's big on processes. And we should know, because the head coaching process was one that created a lot of angst amongst us as fans. But for them, it was dotting every I, crossing every T, making sure no stone was left unturned, and making sure that they did everything in that process to lead them to the right man, which ultimately was Dan Quinn. And so if we found out nothing else about Adam Peters to this point, is that he's very meticulous, he's very detail-oriented, and he's going to be very calculated. He's going to take his time. He's not working on your clock or my clock or anyone else's clock. He's working on his own time, making sure that things get done the way that he sees fit. Then my next point was Lance Newmark talked about the quality of the top 6 picks Washington has. And that shit got me excited, right? Because I'm so ready for the draft, as many of you are. And he was like, look, man. And I told you part of the reason this job was so appealing. And I'm biased. I'm not going to sit here and act as if I'm not. I'm biased. Outside of the Chargers having Justin Herbert, and I still think our job was better than theirs because of what we had from a cap space standpoint and all of the picks and where they were. But, you know, having Justin Herbert solves a lot of problems there. And so we're hoping to solve that problem because it's the biggest dilemma in the NFL. That said, Lance Newmark talking about the 6 picks that we have in the, you know, top 100. And he's like, guys, do you understand the kind of value that we're sitting on right now? To have the 2nd pick in the draft, to have 2 picks early in the 2nd round, like then 3 more in the 3rd round. Do you understand the damage that we can do with that kind of quality? And then Peters would go on to mention that this is a draft that is probably deep to right around the 4th round. And what have I been telling you? I said, this is a draft that's relatively deep to right around the 4th. Things are going to start to thin out around there. So 6 of our 9 picks would have already been used by then. So you've done the damage that you need to do. You know, most teams, by the time they get to the 4th round, have only made 4 picks. Some less than that, depending on what they've done, right? There are other teams like Chicago who have 2 first-round picks. Arizona has 2 first-round picks. If they trade back to Minnesota, they'll have 3, right? And there are other teams that have multiple second-round picks. And so they're right in that neighborhood where we are. But there aren't many teams that are going to be able to say we made 6 selections in the top 100. And that's tremendous value. And we have a chance to really upgrade this team if they get it right. And that's why I trust these guys so much, is that we got a chance to upgrade this thing very quickly if these guys come in and kill it the way that we think they're capable of killing it. And Lance Newmark, he gives me rock star vibes. Like, I'm looking at him and I'm like, how long are you going to be here, bro? And I'm hoping we can hold on to him as long as the 49ers held on to Adam Peters, because Peters stayed there probably 2 years longer than he needed to. Probably could have got a GM job 2 years ago, but decided to stay because the quality of jobs that were available weren't to his liking. He wanted to wait for the right opportunity. I'm hoping we can keep Lance Newmark here. I'm telling you, he's another one of these dudes. Watching him when he was in Detroit, because I'm a sucker for these draft shows. Like the Colts have one, like it's something like inside the horseshoe, and then the Lions is like inside the Lions den or inside the den. I'm a sucker for those types of shows So it doesn't even matter if it's our team or not. I'm watching them shits. And I ran into Lance Newmark a while ago, and this dude's a rock star, man. This dude, him and Adam Peters together, it's like Kobe and Shaq. It's like Scotty and Mike. They got a chance to do some really wicked shit here. I'm excited. My next bullet point. AP says team will make decision on the number 2 pick by next week. I love Adam Peters because if you love me, you'll lie to me, right? If you love me, you'll lie to me. And Adam Peters, if you love me, you'll lie to me when you need to. I don't want you lying to me all the time. And for the most part, he hasn't lied to me. What he has lied to me from the word go about is the quarterback situation, which I was perfectly fine with. You don't have to tell me a damn thing. As a matter of fact, don't tell me anything. All right? Keep this as close to the vest as you possibly can. You know, the man told us when he first got here, haven't had a chance to look at the quarterbacks. When they got to the combine, we've been so busy, haven't had a chance. You know what the quarterback situation is, bro. Trust me. Man looked me dead in my eyes and said, hey, offensive line is fine, bro. We're not even struggling. We ain't even hurting that offensive line. We really think we got guys that can start. And I'm like, Adam, bro. Why is you lying? Stop. But I love it. Lie to me if you love me, right? If you want to protect the integrity of our drive, lie to me. And that's what he's done. They know who they're taking at number 2, man. Stop it. You know they know. And I think they've known, first of all, you put Lance Newmark and Adam Peters in a room together. Yeah, I know we got 9 selections. None of them are more important than number 2 overall. Okay? You can package up the other 8, combine them, and they still don't come up to and equal up to the impact that the number 2 pick is going to have on this roster. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the truth of the matter. So you're not telling me that those dudes didn't get together and one of the first opportunities that they've had to sit down, crank up the film, analyze, and overanalyze again these prospects at the quarterback position and have come to a consensus of which one they like better. You're just not going to convince me that they didn't come to that conclusion somewhere around the combine. They already knew. They had already cranked up the tape. Okay. Yeah, I know free agency was going on and they were handling other things and juggling other things at the same. They trust me. They're all over this. So them having a decision by next week, it's the perfect answer to not have to answer. I love it. They know who they're taking already. Here's my new favorite word. This next bullet point. Adam Peters said optionality. And, you know, it was such a good word. I had to look it up just to make sure it was a real word. I should have known better. Adam Peters with his UCLA degree, I should have known better that that was a real word, right? But we talked about this a long time ago when they were filling out the roster via free agency, making all these shrewd moves, and they weren't the sexiest of moves, but what they were moves that allowed you, and I talked about this, they're making all of these moves in March so that on the final week of April, the last Thursday in April, they can be at their best. And that's what he and Lance Newmark essentially talked about. The flexibility or the optionality that exists because of all of the work they did in free agency to rebuild this roster and put themselves in a position where there's a good, healthy balance. And Lance Newmark talked about this throughout this presser. A healthy balance between need and best player available. Shopping for talent, right? Peter said, optionality allows you to potentially move back up into the first round. So essentially what he's saying is we've put ourselves in a position that we can do whatever we want. You can do whatever you like. Yeah, they can do what they want to do. And I truly believe that. And I've been a believer in that since free agency hit, and seeing how aggressive they were in adding all of the players that they've added. They've put themselves in a really good spot, right? They're only, to me, 2 or 3 positions where you go, hey, we got to have that. That's not optional. Tackle, corner, receiver, right? So those are the only 3 where I go at some point, even if it's not early. Like corner, I think they're going to address that late, right? And that's fine. Because theoretically speaking, if everybody stays healthy this year, you got enough stuff to get you through to next year. Just how good are you going to be? That's the question. So I think they're going to address corner, but I just think it's going to be later in the draft, personally. Unless, again, this is where the optionality comes into play. Unless there's a guy that they absolutely love sitting there waiting, and they just say, hey, we got to take this guy. All right. Lance Newmark, on the next bullet point, said, and I love this quote from him. He says, quote, never lose sight of getting it right with good players, close quote. That essentially means sometimes we get caught up with all of the flashing lights and the bells and whistles that come with the draft, and, you know, talking about trading up and doing this and doing right and doing that, trading back, trading up. At the end of the day, whether you got 4 picks, 6 picks, the standard issue clip of 7, or in the case of Washington, 9, just get the shit right. Just get good football players. You can never go wrong getting good quality football players. You can't go wrong doing that. Where you go off the rails is reaching for guys like Fedarian Mathis. And I can't say that he's not a good football player. He hasn't been healthy his entire career to this point, really. But they reached for him. And we're going to talk about that because Fedarian Mathis is a great example. Jamin Davis, pseudo example of some of the mistakes the last regime made that this regime isn't going to make, just from a philosophical standpoint. And we'll get into that as we progress through this thing. So I love the fact that he's like, just let's simplify things. Like, don't lose don't lose sight of what's important in the draft. Just get good football players. Whether it's the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th, or the 7th, find value wherever you're selecting. Get a good football player. That's the name of the game. Too often we get caught up in, hey, we need one of these, we need one of, forget position, right? I get it. We need a tackle. I get it. We need a corner. I get it. We could use another receiver. I get it. Just get good football players, though, which is why I'm like, hey, if a defensive tackle is there, press the button. Press the button. Right? Let's not overthink this. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Get good football players. Figure out the rest later. AP, next bullet point. Answered the official visit question, which we knew it was going to come up and someone was going to ask it. And he talked about having everybody there at once and the thought process behind it. And he explained it. And again, my stance on this hasn't changed. It's not going to change, but I'm open-minded to listening to all the different angles of this thing. And I think a lot of you brought up great points, and Adam Peters, eloquently, put it like, hey, just wanted to see these guys interacting with their peers, all the shit that we've already said and others have said and things we've talked about. And that's cool. My thing is, if you already got your guy, and I think they do, then this makes a ton of sense. He also went on to say, hey, and Lance Newmark said it as well. We had them, individually the next day, right? Everybody was met with individually the following day. And that's cool, but you're still divvying up the resources, right? Like, you still had 22 guys there at once. So the best you could probably do is have guys with their position coaches again, Albert Breer talked about what the Bears did with Caleb Williams, and his situation is a little bit more unique because they know they're taking him. There's no question. So you can do things a little bit different when you know this is the guy, right? But I thought the way that they did it was better than how we did it. And again, it doesn't matter. Again, to each its own. Everybody's philosophy is different. But how they did it with Caleb is they had 5 guys come, right? So he was a part of a group of 5. So he didn't go to Chicago by himself. But what they did was they had the other 4 guys go to a certain restaurant, right? So a certain steakhouse, because, Chicago's big on steakhouses and pizza. So they sent them to a steakhouse. And then Caleb went to a totally different steakhouse by himself, where the Bears had 5 of his future teammates all there waiting on him to see how he interacted with them. And I thought that was smart on their part, because remember, we talked about this on the podcast. One of his teammates who just signed a long-term deal, who's going to be in Chicago, Jalen Johnson, was like, hey, he can't come in here with that Hollywood bullshit. That ain't going to fly. You're going to have to come in here and you're going to have to prove it to us. And we ain't going for none of that Hollywood GQ bullshit. So don't even come in here. Check that shit at the door. So already you got teammates being standoffish with a dude that they don't know. So how do you break that ice? How do you ease that tension? Have them come sit down with this dude at dinner to get to know him, because he's going to be your teammate. That to me makes more sense than having 21 other guys that probably, now I will say, 4 or 5 of those dudes that were on that visit may ultimately end up being whomever selected at quarterback's teammate, because they may draft 3 or 4 of those dudes. So you might have been interacting with a couple of your future teammates, but most of those guys aren't going to be your teammates. So I like the idea of surrounding him with his peers, but his teammates, to see how he interacts with them, which is a curveball. But again, you can do that when you already know who you're taking. You can't do that with Jaden Daniels individually with 4 dudes. Do that again with Drake May, and do it again with JJ McCarthy and then Michael Penix Jr. That's just too much, right? But I thought that was pretty dope. Lance Newmark said it was the first time doing these top 30 official visits in a group setting like this, and he thought it was pretty neat. He said seeing the interaction between the players and kind of seeing them in that setting was pretty dope to him. He really thought it was unique, and he really liked the feedback that they were able to get from these players being in that setting. So good for them. I obviously it's an unconventional way of doing it, as I mentioned, and whatever works for them, I'm on board. Sign me up, right? Just get it right, as I said already. So trade talk was the next bullet point. Lance Newmark talked about it being a situational type of deal, trading up or back. So I love the way he kind of phrased it and talked about it, because he said a lot of times when you trade up, there's a guy there that obviously you want, and you feel like I got to go get him, and I don't know how much longer he's going to last, so you do it. But he's like, trading back, you're kind of stuck there, and you're like, I'm not really feeling the guys that are here. The value just isn't here right now. I got to get out of this pick. And, that's kind of what prompts you to make a decision, a move up or back or stand pat, is, what is the situation? And, I can't stress that enough. I've talked about that for years, that everything, we talk so much about trading up, trading back, doing this, doing that, but all of that is really largely determined by what is happening around you. Like, talking about trading back before the draft even takes place, damn near impossible, because you don't know what's happening around you first to see what would set the stage for you to be able to trade up or trade back. Like I've talked about trading back into the first. What's going to dictate that is what's going on in front of them. Are players dropping that they have high grades on that they feel like this guy's in the range where we can go get him? He's a day one starter, plug and play. That's what determines and dictates trading up, trading back, et cetera, right? So Lance Newmark talked about it being situational. Adam Peters talked about evaluating the quarterback position. And he said evaluating quarterbacks, because they asked both of them, has it gotten any easier to evaluate quarterbacks over the years? And Adam Peters is like, nah, it hasn't. Like, and I love the fact that he used 2021 because that's the most recent draft where we had 5 guys go in the first round. And it's very recent. It's just 3 years ago, right? And he's like, I mean, 2021 draft. I was a part of that, right? In San Francisco, they took Trey Lance. They traded up to get Trey Lance. He said, look at that draft. And, you know, I mean, he's like, a lot of those guys' stories have yet to be written, but I mean, we kind of already know what that. I literally just talked about that yesterday on the podcast. Like, we kind of already know what those quarterbacks are, right? I mean, Trevor Lawrence is the only guy that any team of the 5 that made selections in the first round at quarterback are talking about an extension. The rest of these dudes aren't even, most of them aren't even on the team that drafted them anymore. Mac Jones isn't in New England anymore. Zach Wilson, they were trying to trade him and they couldn't. They couldn't find a trade partner. You know, Trey Lance is in Dallas. Justin Fields is in Pittsburgh. So that draft was a disaster at quarterback. No, it hasn't gotten any better. Brock Purdy was the final pick in the 2022 NFL draft. He was the only quarterback that has done anything of note out of the 2022. And we already knew that was a bad draft class of quarterbacks going in. But we didn't think the guy that was picked absolutely dead last would be the best. So, no, he's like, no, it hasn't gotten any better. It's an inexact science. And, you know, you do as much work as you can. You try to prepare yourself for the variables that may come up. But at the end of the day, you do the best you can. You do the work. And you make a selection and you hope that you got it right, you know, and that's essentially what they've done here. So we'll see what happens. Lance Newmark talked about working with Adam Peters, and you can tell they're really good buddies. You could tell they're really good friends. Adam Peters, he said, is poised, calm, prepared, hardworking, and has created a great working environment. All of those things I think we've seen in some way, shape, or form already in his young tenure here in Washington. He talks, he almost has a soft-spoken, you know, nature to him, even though he's probably not soft-spoken. But, you know, when he talks, it's measured. I don't think he's raised his voice once in any press conference or anytime we've heard him talk. He's always got a smile on his face, and that was one of the things Lance Newmark said is he's the same guy every day. You know, I think that's one, and I think I might have mentioned this on a podcast because somebody else had said that about another player or coach or someone else. And I said that is one of the most redeeming qualities one can have, or that is one of the best compliments someone can give you if you're a positive person and they say he's the same guy every day. Because the ebbs and flows of of days and months and weeks and years, and you're gonna have bad days. But when somebody says, hey, he doesn't have bad days, it's a testament to you just being a good dude and, you know, not putting your issues off on other people. Because it's easy to not be able to compartmentalize. Most people can't compartmentalize. If shit's going bad at home, they take that to work and now they blow up on somebody at work, or vice versa. Shit's going bad at work. You come home, you take that out on somebody at home, right? Most people can't compartmentalize. So to be able to say, hey, I got some shit going on at home, but I'm going to leave that at home. I come to work, I'm going to be bubbly. I'm going to have that same personality every day. Not a lot of people can say that. So again, part of the reason that Lance Newmark spoke so glowingly about Adam Peters is because, like I said at the top, he's just a really good dude, man. Period. AP said, and I quote, "We feel great about staying at 2. I don't see a whole lot of scenarios where we trade down, where we're trading down." So essentially, he slammed the door on trading the second pick, but duh. Like we've talked about this for a very long time. We weren't trading out of 2. That was never in the plans. Again, I told you, when you suck as bad as we did, we earned the right to have the number 2 overall pick. We went 4-13, and it was an abysmal season. Okay. And I always, when I think about the 4-13 season last year, I always have to remind myself, we started 2-0. Do you know how bad you have to be to start the season off 2-0 and then finish 4-13? I mean, God damn, you got to be awful to do it that way. It's one thing to start the season off 0-6 and then, okay, season's done. To start 2-0 and have the hope that we had going into that Buffalo game week 3, and to end the season off losers of 13 out of your final 15 games. Yikes. Anyway, there was no way in my mind we were trading it. We earned that pick and we need a quarterback. There was no, and again, that was part of the allure of this job, was having the number 2 pick. And AP even said that, right? He even said that was part of the draw of coming to Washington. You had the number 2 pick. You had an opportunity to solve the quarterback position. So, AP on the tackle class, quote, universally known as a deep and good tackle class. He says, very fortunate that we'll have, there'll be a lot of good players in the top 100. It may thin out later, but that will remain to be seen. So essentially what he's saying is this is a deep tackle draft class, as we've talked about. And he's mentioned that in several different press conferences, that, you know, wide receiver and tackle are the 2 positions that are very strong in this draft. And others have said that the defensive line is a pretty strong draft class as well. But he talked about how fortunate, and I told you Lance Newmark mentioned that at the top of the presser, how good of a position Washington finds themselves in with 6 picks in the top 100. And I think they feel like this is a concentrated draft, meaning the talent is at the top. So you might get to the first 150 picks, and that's where the talent is. And after, you know, the first 4 rounds or so of this draft, it's going to water down exponentially. And at that point, you just try to find a diamond in the rough, right? So in saying that, to have 6 of your 9 picks, essentially 66% of your picks already made by the time the 100th pick in the draft expires, you got to feel damn good about your chances of upgrading your football team. AP on having a quarterback preference prior to coming to DC. He said, no, I didn't have one. He said, not guys at the top of the draft because the 49ers had Brock Purdy. So he's like, I really regret not doing more homework. And you can't blame him for not being locked into the quarterback group coming in prior to getting here, because he was in San Francisco. His work, it was more so focused on, how did the 49ers get better? And they weren't in the market for a quarterback because they had Brock Purdy. So he was focusing in on other positions of need that the 49ers had. He had already started work on those positions. And when he got to Washington, he hadn't really done a lot of work. I do believe that he hadn't done a lot of work on the quarterbacks. And he's like, I actually regret not doing more work. And I'm like, bro, you couldn't have known. You were doing your job. Like, you can't hold that against yourself. But he didn't have a preference going into the process. AP on his philosophy on drafting potential versus immediacy. I love this quote right here from him. He says, quote, I personally wouldn't draft a guy in the first round who could start in 3 years. So the question, how it was phrased to him, was something to the effect of, how do you go about drafting potential versus need? Or how do you go about drafting potential versus a guy that can start? So, getting a guy in the first round that, is good, but might not be able to start for you, but you see the potential and the upside, versus getting a guy, in the 5th round or a guy in the 3rd round, and, that guy being a backup or whatever the case may be. And so he was like, look, and this was the quote, I personally wouldn't draft a guy in the first round who could start in 3 years. Might be more willing to do that in the 5th, but it's also where your team is. Close quote. So he's like, personally, I'm not drafting a dude in the first round that ain't coming in to start right away. Generally, when you spend a first or even a 2nd round pick, I believe, to me, the 2nd is the new 1st. Like, you got to get guys that are bona fide starters in the 1st and 2nd round. And for too long here in Washington, we know the curse of the 2nd round here in Washington. It's been a nasty curse for a very long time. I'm hoping that Sam Cosmi is about to break that chain and turn things around for us in the 2nd round, because the 2nd round has been a house of horrors. And Fedarian Mathis is trying to bring back some of those bad memories with him not being able to stay healthy, and them drafting a guy that they knew was going to be a backup. And so in thinking about that, it got me to thinking about this last regime and just how poorly they selected in the early stages of the draft. Forget about what they did at the back end of the draft. Just think about what they invested early in drafts. Jamin Davis, for instance, they drafted him knowing that he wasn't ready to necessarily start, and they thought he was a Mike. And then they tried to play him at all 3 positions. They had his head spinning in his rookie season. He was really of no value to us in his rookie season. That's a 1st round pick we're talking about. And we didn't get anything really out of Jamin Davis in his rookie season. That's not allowed. Okay. That's a cardinal sin for a general manager, to draft a guy in the 1st round and not project him as an immediate starter that can come in and contribute right away. Unless you're drafting a quarterback or a tackle that you're trying to groom, something along those lines, and that's rare, you don't have the luxury of taking a guy and bringing him along slowly. And that's what Adam Peters essentially was like, nah, that's not how we do business around here. I might do that in the 5th round. That's what the 5th and the 6th and the 7th round is for. Developmental prospects, guys you can take who may not. And he said, let me see if we got this. Yeah, we'll talk about development here next, because I put this quote in Burgundy because I thought it was the most impactful quote of the day that was made. But he talked about the development of players in college and in the NFL. And so he's like, most guys come in aren't even ready to play anyway. Like, honestly speaking, most guys need a year to get their bearings underneath them and, figure out the game and adjust to the speed and how things are done. There's no more school and handling all of that stuff. So, listening to him talk about drafting guys early and what the expectation would be, to me was music to my ears, because I'm like, we literally last season, and I still can't wrap my brain around what the hell Ronald Rivera and company were thinking in a must-have-it year. They literally spent a 2nd and a 3rd round pick on guys that they knew were backup players. They drafted a safety that they loved, that had high-level talent, that they hoped would come in and take a spot. But there was no guarantees. We had plenty of safeties. There was no guarantee that Quan Martin was going to come in here and start. He was viewed as depth, right? They knew that Cam Curl had gotten hurt the year before, and when he was out of the lineup, we struggled. So they wanted a guy that if Cam Curl got hurt again, they wouldn't have to worry about not having him in the lineup. And they knew he was also going to be a free agent, and they wanted to position themselves that if he didn't re-sign, they had a guy. You can't do that in the second round, man. They drafted Fedarian Mathis. We had the Bama wall. Yeah, you're preparing for Deron Payne to potentially leave in free agency. Well, then he goes out and gets 11 and a half sacks. He's not going anywhere. And you drafted a guy that can't stay healthy, but you didn't know that when you drafted him. You can't draft a backup defensive tackle in the second round. Again, I get the thought process. Deron won't be here next year, but you didn't have to do that then. You could have drafted a defensive tackle after Deron Payne left in free agency, knowing that he wasn't going to be back. They drafted a third-round center after just signing a starting center in free agency. Who does that? They drafted a tackle in the fourth round that couldn't even make the team, and they had to give him a phony injury so he could be put on IR so they could save themselves from the embarrassment of having to cut a fourth-round pick. They were awful. Adam Peters is like, you ain't got to worry about that with us. We're not drafting a dude that we project to be a starter in 3 years in the first round or the second round, for that matter. Thanks. That's good to know. AP, and this was the most impactful quote I thought that existed in this press conference. And you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but I put this one in burgundy because it resonated with me so much. And this was from Adam Peters. Chef P quotes, "A guy could stink in year one and be really good in year two due to the lack of development in college and in the NFL's offseason. You don't have enough time with the new CBA rules and how the NFLPA has set things up. You just don't have enough time like you once upon a time did to get guys better in the offseason. So you're limited on how much practice time you have. You're limited in how much contact that takes place. And so it's hard for you to be able to get a guy and immediately see that development in the NFL. It usually takes a year, right?" He says, "So it gives you a little bit of runway if you have guys in front of them like we do," closed quote. So that let me read that one again without me jumping in. Quote, "A guy could stink in year one and be really good in year two due to lack of development in college and the NFL offseason. So it gives you a little bit of runway if you have the guys in front of them like we do," closed quote. When I heard that, first, let me ask you real quick. Hearing that quote, what position does that make you think of? And I'm going to give you some time to put the answer in the comment section. What position does that quote make you think of? Ghost Rider says QB. Stefan says cornerback. Boski says linebacker. Commandalorian says quarterback. Shepard Archer says linebacker. Jordan Blair says DB. Journey Reed says linebacker. Tyler C says quarterback. Video channel stupid. Nathan Williams says quarterback. Hurley says wide receiver. Rob the Goat says cornerback. Jackson says edge. Starry Nabs says kicker. Jadi Moore says DN. District 202 says cornerback. Coach Kev says tackle easy. Frank McLaughlin says linebacker. When I heard this quote, I immediately thought about edge rusher. Because when you think about all of the moves they made with edge rusher this offseason and how aggressive they've been in the official visits department, still knowing that we signed 4 guys, still got 2 guys from last year's draft that are still currently on the roster. I don't think either of them are going to make the team, but they're still here. Adding 4 more guys in addition to the 2 guys that were here from last year's draft. And you're still bringing in a number of guys for a visit at defensive end. And what that tells me is they see a Chop Robinson. The guy that I absolutely love, the kid from Kansas that I keep telling you about. And I'm telling you, he's saying we can take a defensive end because he doesn't have to be an impact player. We got guys in front of him. He's got a runway. Chop Robinson's got a runway. The kid from Kansas can put on 10 or 12 more pounds in year 1 and be ready to be effective in year 2. We don't have to start this guy. We don't have to play this guy as much. He can have a package here or there, see the field here or there. We don't have to have him in right away and have him be an impact player. We can take Booker in the 3rd round and let him develop because we've given him a runway because we have guys in front of him. That's the position that I thought about. Linebacker is another one because you went out and you signed Bobby Wagner, right? He's only here, again, just like the defensive ends, only here for 1 year outside of Dorrance Armstrong. Just like linebacker, you signed all these guys, but Bobby Wagner's only here. That's why that guy, Tyrese Knight, they're going to draft him. If he's there in the 5th round, they're going to draft Tyrese Knight. And I like him a lot. And he can play. And so they're telling us, hey, at certain positions, we don't have to have this guy come in because most guys aren't ready to help in year 1. That's a fact. He's like, most guys need development. There are a select few guys that come in and you already know what you're getting. Clear packaging. Hey, I already, like Joe Alt in this year's draft, I know what I'm getting. Okay. Yes, he needs coaching. Yes, he needs to continue to develop, but I know what Joe Alt is. Okay. Joe Alt and those receivers, I know what they are. They're not going to fail. They're not going to fail. Okay. If they're healthy, they're going to be damn good football players. But not everybody comes into the league like that. So yeah, I'm just telling you. That quote right there solidified, for me at least, that despite what was done in free agency, don't overlook any position that they may have been aggressive at just because they took care of it. Harry, I took care of it. Don't overlook it because they took care of it. They still could draft a guy. That includes quarterback. Thought that was a really impactful quote there. Then finally, Lance Newmark finished up the press conference talking about talent versus need. And he had already talked about it once before, but somebody ran another question back in a different way. And so he handled it like this with this quote. He said, "It's a blend. You argue starter versus high quality depth. I've been in situations where it's been extreme need one way, extreme player available, and it's hard to operate on those extremes. You really have to do a good job of blending it." Closed quote. So in other words, going into the draft based off of pure need or pure best player available BPA, it's not healthy on one end of the spectrum or the other. Excuse me, you need to be somewhere in the middle. And I think that's a pretty accurate assessment, because if you go into a draft hunting need, you end up doing what Washington has done for the last 4 years under Ron Rivera. Drafting guys like Jamin Davis in the first round, or drafting a guy like Fedarian Mathis in the second round because you deem it a need. Like, we have to have this, you know, and wasting opportunities to help this team get better in other areas that they could have selected players with much more talent. And so you don't want to find yourself doing that, right? We had so many injuries at center. They just said, hey, we're going to take a backup center in the third round because we've been decimated by injuries at center the last 2 years. That's fine. Do that in the fifth round, bro. Don't waste the third round pick on a guy that can't help us this year. Are you insane? So he talked about, you know, blending the two. Don't want to go into a draft just all BPA, because then you lose sight of the roster and what you could use by saying, let's just get the most talent we can get. Well, if you already got 2 bookend tackles, best player available is a tackle, are you really going to take a tackle? Does that make any sense? So you got to be careful with that too, right? I love that he talked about starter versus high quality depth. I think that's a real conversation, especially in the second and third round, which is where we have the bulk of our picks. 5 of our 9 picks are in the second and third round. They're in day 2. And you argue versus, do we draft a starter with 36? I think it's going to be Jordan Morgan if he's available and we haven't done anything at tackle. I think I've already said that's a guarantee of mine. It'll be Jordan Morgan. At 40, do you draft a starter or a high-quality backup? Because the likelihood is if you draft a corner, he probably isn't starting. He's a high-quality backup, but more likely than that, Michael Davis is starting at one corner and your first-round pick from a season ago is starting at the other cornerback position. You take an edge rusher at 40, Chop Robinson's there, and you take him at 40. Is he starting? Probably not. Probably not. He could start. I don't see anybody stopping him from starting, but he might not be ready to start. Same with Austin Booker. So, again, these are real conversations to have, but I love it. Thought it was a great press conference. One that I think was definitely worth the 20 minutes or so that was spent on it. So let's now dive into probably what most of you are here for, and that is the mock draft. So what we're going to do, how we're going to do this is we are going to here's what I'm going to do first. All right. I need you to open up another window wherever you are. If you're watching this on a computer, it's going to be a lot easier. If you're on a mobile device, a phone, laptop's going to be easy too. But if you're on a phone or a tablet, it might be a little bit tougher. But open up another tab. And that other tab needs to be the LouieTeeNetwork community tab. Okay, because we're going to do this interactively. Usually we just go to the comment section, but the comment section is tough to gauge. I'm giving it the eyeball test, right? How many of these did I see? Did I see more of these than I want to be a little bit more exact than that? We got 530 of you. in the comment section right now. And so I don't expect every single one of you to vote, but we'll get a good majority of you to vote, and that will give us our answers as to what we're going to do here. So I'm turning this thing over to you guys. I am coming outside. I've unlocked all 7 locks. I've opened the door. I'm walking outside. I've got full riot gear on. I'm ready to go. Okay. So open up that community tab, and I'm going to be typing in what the question is, and you're going to answer it. And that's how we're going to have the decisions that we ultimately make on this mock draft. And we'll see how it turns out. Now, the site that I chose is one that I chose intentionally because it allows us the amount of time that we need to make a decision. There's no rush, right? So we could take 30 minutes to make a decision, right? Most sites are going to rush you. You got to make a pick in a certain amount of time. This site allows you, but this site be tripping because they do outrageous shit that, like, people come back to me with these crazy cockamamie mock drafts because these mock draft simulators allow you to get away with stupid shit. So we're going to start this thing off right. I've went through this 3 or 4 times to see what it would do, because I was hoping, because when I did my mock drafts about 3 weeks ago or so, it would take all kinds of guys #1 overall. And I'm like, come on, bro. We all know who's going #1. Just take Caleb Williams. No, it's taking Drake May. No, it's taking, Malik Neighbors. It's doing all kinds of random shit. I'm like, just take the guy that's going #1, please. So we're going to make sure that this thing is as realistic as it can get, because these mock draft simulators are so bad at making it realistic. You could get every player that's on your wish list messing around with these things. You can trade back 15 times, get 90 picks, and come away with every single player that we've talked about. That's not realistic, though. So I'm going to add this thing in here. We're going to make it big. And I want you guys to open up your community tab. Okay. So the community tab is how you're going to answer the poll question, which is going to determine what gets done. All right. So mods, if you're in the comment section, please put the link to the community tab in the comment section so people can get to it. And that way you guys can just pull up the community tab and we can go after it that way. Okay. So I'll give you a chance to kind of get all of that situated. And then once you guys have arrived at where you need to be, we will start this puppy up and we'll get this thing rolling. And hopefully we don't have to start it over 5 times because it's unrealistic. Because again, I did like 3 test runs earlier today, and 2 out of the 3 ended up with somebody other than Caleb Williams going #1, which is crazy, right? It's ludicrous at this point. So, somebody said PFF is better. It probably is, but you have to pay for it, and I'm not paying for it. Right? I'm cheap, and so they won't allow you to get through 7 rounds. It's locked after like the 3rd round or so, unless you pay for PFF, and I don't. So, not paying for something that I'm going to use once a year. It's crazy to me. So, PFF probably is better, and it's probably more realistic too. And their list of prospects and how they rank them and rate them is probably better than this Pro Football site as well. But again, we're going to do the best we can with free, because I like free. All right. So let's get to the first decision. And what we'll ultimately do is we'll get this thing started. So you can see all 7 rounds. We'll go at normal speed, because really the speed of the draft is only for the other team selecting. It has nothing to do with us. So we could actually do fast, but we'll do normal speed. It'll give us time to think about what we want to do next. And it usually moves pretty quickly as well. But As you can see, we got Washington highlighted. So we're ready to go. We're going to enter this thing, and hopefully they get this thing right. Let's see what they do. All right, Caleb Williams went number 1. Yay. And I like the fact that I didn't get bombarded with 15 trade offers, because usually I did it 3 times earlier just to test it out. And I got a trade offer from New England every time, and that's not happening. And New England gave me the farm, right? So this is good. We're off to a great start. So obviously, I'm going to go ahead and post. I just posted the question: who should Washington select with the 2nd pick overall? All right. And so your options are there. And see what you guys decide to do. And we'll keep refreshing this. And I'll give it about a minute or two after everybody has had a chance to vote. And if you can't vote, just put it down in the comment section. You know, I'll take a peek, see at that. I'll look at the votes on the tab, and I kind of combine the two, because I know it might not be easy for everybody, especially if you're on a mobile device. Kind of toggling back and forth might not be the easiest thing in the world for you to do. So all right, I'm going to refresh this right quick, see what damage has been done. So Jaden Daniels is in the lead right now with 38 votes, or with 55% of 38 votes. So clearly a lot of you haven't been able to get over to the tab, which is fine. I see the comment section, and it's a lot of JDs anyway, which I already knew this fan base. I already told you they want Jaden Daniels, and I don't blame them, because he gives you the best chance to win right away. Especially he comes in and immediately adds an element of excitement, playmaking ability, and frankly, he's more ready to come in and start than Drake May is, right? So I think he fits Cliff Kingsbury's system a lot because of his running ability. Drake May, a lot of people act as if he didn't play in a similar offense, right? He played in an air raid attack with Phil Longo in his best season, coincidentally, his best season, which was 2022, his first season as a starter. So a lot of people act like he can't come in and adapt well to this system, but nonetheless, we'll refresh it once more. And Jaden Daniels, his lead has expanded. So we're going to go with Jaden Daniels with the number 2 pick. We are going to select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU. All right. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to pause the draft. If we see a player falling, let's stop it and see what damage has been done. All right. So Fuaga is still available at tackle. Let's just get it to tackle first, right? Let's go ahead and get this thing to tackle, because that's what we're after, right? So Fuaga is still available. J.C. Latham is available. Tyler Guyton is available. Kingsley Suamataia is available, and Jordan Morgan. So the top guys, 3 of them are still available as we hit the 15th pick. They're going to come off the board here shortly. I still don't think. What's the range, guys? What's the range in which you'd be willing to try to come back in? Or do you know what? I'm going to ask that question right now. Should Washington trade back into the first round? And where is a good spot? So I'm going to give you some options. The first option is no, they should not trade. Yes is the second option, and 18. We'll go with 18. The next option is yes, and it's 21. And then the last option is yes. And we'll say I won't. I said 18, and then we'll go 19 through 22. And then I'll go 23 because I think 23 is as close as you would like to go. And then, you know what? I'll add one more option. And then yes. Anywhere after 23. All right, so that's up. You can vote on whether Washington should trade back into the first round. All right. So I'm looking at some of the comments. I'm going to go through some of the comments here. Showtime Trey says anything 16 through 23. John Madrano says trade with the Cardinals. T. Roy says picks 21 through 28. Gregory Pett says picks 18 through 20. Paris is like, nah. If Olu drops, no one else in the upper teens. Stephen Strong says yes, 21. Ravi Ray says no. Twin D says no. Keep all your seconds and thirds. Coach Kev says stand pat. All right, so only if Mims drop. Mims already got taken by the Saints, I think I saw. Let me go back in here and see. Let me update this real quick. And y'all said yes, trade anywhere from 19 to 22 right now is in the lead. But I see a lot of no's too. But I think the yeses have it right between 19 and 22. But I see a lot of stand pats. But Fuaga is still there. Let's see what pick we're on right now. We're on 16, so it's still a little early. You're going to have to give up quite a bit to get from 36 to back in the first round. You're asking someone to leave the first. Let's see where this thing goes, right? I'll stop it right around 19 and see what we have. All right, stop it right now. So the Steelers definitely need a tackle. If we were going to try to jump in, it probably would have been with the Rams because I guarantee you the Steelers are about to take either Guyton or Fuaga. Let's see what happens right now. And we've also heard that the Eagles are searching for the future at tackle behind because they can do this. They're deep enough. They're searching for the future at right tackle because they know the clock's ticking on Lane Johnson. So you could see Fuaga go in the next 2 picks, and then Guyton could go right after him here at 22. If one of these 2 tackles gets Guyton or Fuaga gets to 23 with the Vikings, I don't know, guys. We might have to pull the trigger there. Especially if Fuaga's there. I'm going up to get him at 23. I'd probably go up and get him right now. The Steelers are about to take him, I think, though. Let's see. You ready? You guys ready? Yes, Performance Provision says Fuaga has sub 34-inch arms. He does. That's the one knock on him, but he's shown the ability to overcome. I think he's got 33. It's not like his arms are 32 and a half inches. They're like 33 and a half. Or 33, I think. It's somewhere in that 33 range. It might be. You know what? Let me check real quick. I think it might actually be 32 inches, 32 and a half or something like that. They're shorter arms for the position. They're not ideal. I'll tell you that much. That's one of the knocks on him, but I don't give a damn. It didn't bother him in college, and I don't think it's going to bother him at the pros. 33 1/8. And the ideal height or length rather for the arms is 33 and a half. That's like the that's like the base, starting point is 33.5. He's just shy of that, but it's not like they're 32.5. I remember when Isaiah Wynn came out of Georgia and people were like, he's got to kick inside. And they're like, the tape is too good. You got to keep him outside. But he had super short arms. He was only like 6'3", and he was okay, but that's a problem. Not for Fuaga. I think he's going to be just fine. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. What did I tell you? Fuaga to the damn Steelers. They need a tackle. I knew he was going to go. Guyton is the next guy. I want to let him travel a little deeper. He's not going to make it past the Eagles, though, I don't think. I wouldn't be shocked if the Dolphins took him. If he makes it to the Cardinals at 27, or what do you guys say? The Vikings at 23 or the Cardinals at 27, are you willing to come up for Guyton? He might last until 36. I doubt it. Okay. You're playing that game right now. Are you comfortable with the three tackles that are around Guyton, Suamataia, and Jordan Morgan? Are you comfortable that one of those three will be available at 36? Let's let this thing rock a little bit more. We'll stop it around 27. I think 27 is where I'd be comfortable going up at this point with what's left. I'm not going too far up for Tyler Guyton. I like him. I don't love him enough to go up to 23 for him. I'll go up to 27 for him, right? The Cardinals, if they're still there, that might be that's the Cardinals pick. I don't see them trading that pick, to someone else. So we could obviously come up to 27, and they've already made another selection in the first round already. So let's see what happens. All right, so we stop it here. Guyton's still there. Morgan's still there. Suamataia is still there. I think you're about to see a run on tackles, though. The Ravens, the 49ers, and the Chiefs all could take a tackle here at the back end of the first round. I wouldn't be shocked if all three of these guys are gone here in the blink of an eye. You guys, you with me here? Broncos traded up for Michael Penix Jr. I could actually see that happening in the real draft, by the way. I don't think they're going to trade up, though, but I can see somebody else doing that, right? Trading up for Michael Penix Jr. right in the back end of the first round. That's right around where I think he may ultimately go. Right, guys, ready? All right. Let's do this. Guyton's gone. Suamataia is gone. Second round. All right, we're on the clock. We got a trade offer. Are you guys willing to move back 8 spots to pick up a 4th round pick from the Raiders? We currently don't have a 4th round pick. Are you willing to trade back? I'm going to put this in the comments in the community tab. You can also leave a comment down in the comment section. We've got 2 trade offers. All right. This first one is from the Raiders. I'm going to put a comment in the community tab. Should Washington trade back in the second round? And I'm going to give you your 2 choices. Text poll. No is the first response. Yes with Raiders. And let's see what the other offer looks like. All right, let's check out this other offer. So we're moving back 8 spots, and we pick up a 4th round pick as well. If we were to do this, we could counter. Also, you can say, no, I don't want your 4th round pick. I want your 3rd round pick. Like, you can counter and see what they say. The other offer is Dallas. Dirty Dick Dastardly Dallas wants to come up. They're asking us to move all the way back to 56. They're going to give us a 5th round pick, which we already have 2 of those, and they're going to give us a 2025 2nd round pick. I'm not doing anything with Dallas's stinking ass. I don't know what they want to come up for. I don't care. I'm not doing any business with the Cowboys. And that's not how this works. You know, if Dallas were 2 picks behind us and the value was there and the guy, they would do the deal with Dallas, right? But they're asking us to move back 20 spots. They're asking us to move back. I'm not doing shit with Dallas. They can kick rocks. And then I'll give you another option. Yes, with Dallas. So we got the 2 offers. We've seen what they look like. You guys vote on this, and then we'll make a decision here as to what we'll do, right? And ultimately, you guys said, should we trade back into the first round? And the no's caught up with the yeses. So us not trading was a good move. Jordan Morgan is there. I already told you what the damn pick is going to be. It's Jordan Morgan. He's sitting there. That's what they're going to do. But we have a chance to trade back. Are you interested? I'll give you a couple of minutes to mull over that while I go through the comment section and see what you guys have to say. Oh my goodness. So let's see. All right. So let's see. No, take Morgan. No, we need a tackle. No. Look at the other positions. Okay, I'll open up the other positions, District 202. That's a fair assessment. We don't have to just, we'll hide these trade offers for now, and we'll open it up and see what's available. So you can see what's in front of us. And remember, their ranking isn't the same as our ranking. So you may see names up here, and you're like, what? Max Melton? And he's probably going to go in the second round, but because he's shooting up draft boards. But they're guys that you don't see listed here because they might be further down on Pro Football's list of prospects. So it might be better if we just go through each position. So let's do that real quick. Quarterback, that's what's available, right? We don't need one of those. We're good. Running back hasn't been touched yet, as you would assume. That's their order of the running backs. Wide receiver, this is what it looks like. Troy Franklin is available. Xavier Legette are the 2 top guys. Malachi Corley, Roman Wilson, Ricky Pearsall. You see how low they got some of these guys? Again, I mean, Ricky Pearsall, 73rd on this list is crazy, right? Jermaine Burton, you know, is a guy that I like, and that, he may be 108th on some people's list. That's a lot. That's way lower than I think, to be honest with you. But he might be that low on a lot of people's list. But there's a lot of good receivers left. Tight end, Jatavion Sanders and Ben Sinnott are your top 2. Cade Stover is still there. So all the tight ends other than the guy that we expected is still available. We've been looking at the tackles, right? Jordan Morgan, Patrick Paul are the best 2 available according to this list. But they had Kieran Megadeji in. They had Roger Rosengarten from Washington in for a visit. So everybody that they had in for a visit essentially is still available. It's including Caden Wallace, who's down all the way at 211th overall. Offensive guard, we're not taking a guard this early. So I'm not even worried about that. So now you go to the defensive side. We start with defensive tackle. None of the guys that I would be, Braden Fisk is still available. As you can see, they got him a lot lower than I think most people have him in this draft. He's better than all of these guys that they have ranked ahead of him, if you ask me. So that's a guy to keep an eye on. Edge rusher, Darius Robinson, Adiza Isaac. All of the edge rushing position has been ravaged, okay? You can wait to the 3rd round. None of these guys that are up here, I see my guy Austin Booker, Marshawn Nealon, all those guys that Washington has had meetings with, they're still sitting there, and they'll be there for the 3rd round. So you don't have to worry, right? Linebacker, Peyton Wilson is probably the guy. Edgerrin Cooper is another guy that a lot of you probably like. After that, you can wait, right? Corner, TJ Tampa. I don't love him as much as some of you do. Nothing's here at corner that says, oh my God, we got to take him. That's my opinion, but this is your draft, not mine. I'm going to ask you here in a second, what should we do at 36? I want to know, do you want to trade? I've given you enough time. We're going to refresh this, and I'm going to go through the comment section. No. It's a resounding no. That 77% of you say no. And I'm going to go ahead and open this back up to all so you can see all of the guys that are available. And let's go through the comment section real quick. Nobody wants to trade with Dallas. So Twin D says yes, trade back with the Raiders. Everybody says no, 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 no. So okay. And so no is clearly the winner. It won in the poll, it won in the comment section. So now the question becomes, who should Washington take at 36? And I literally just put a question in there. I meant to make it a poll. So let me delete this and make it a poll question. And I'm just going to put positions, tackle, and you can add in, if you say tackle, then we'll take the guy that we all know is probably going to be the pick, which is Jordan Morgan. If you say a different position, then we'll look at the best guys and we'll kind of determine that. Wide receiver, cornerback, edge rusher, which I don't think there were any there that I would take. Defensive tackle, maybe? I'll just put other, because I don't think there was another position that kind of stood out from what was left. Maybe tight end, I guess. Other. I'm just going to leave it at other. I think I like that more. All right, so you got that. Who should Washington take? So we're going to turn down these trades. You guys have, the trade offers are here. We're going to reject this trade, and we're going to reject the Dallas trade. So we're taking trade off the board. Everybody's, that has been decided. So at this point, Calvin Krim says take best player available. That's another option as well. Who's the best player available? You can't go off of their best player available because it's Bo Nix. And we don't need a quarterback. So clearly you wouldn't be taking. So the next best player is Jordan Morgan, which meets a need, right? So, I mean, it makes sense, but I'm going to let you guys, the comment section, let's see. Performance Provision says Paul is the only left tackle in range. So the problem I have with Paul is that he is, I think, a little bit of a project. He's high cut, doesn't generate any movement in the run game, does have the length and all of that you're looking for. He's not the most smooth and fluid like Jordan Morgan is. Morgan's an athlete. Now, I hate that he's coming off. He had an ACL tear in 2022. I don't love some of the little particular things, but you can coach like the hand placement and things of that nature. Jordan Morgan is better than I gave him credit for. I don't love him, though. But at 36, he's the best you're going to do at tackle, I'm talking about. And, if you wait, you see that there are other options available, but are they better than Jordan Morgan? Probably not. I'm just telling you. So let's go back to all, and let's go back to the community tab. And oh my God, it's tackle at 91%. So tackle clearly wins the day there. Let's go to the comment section and see what you guys decided to do there. And also remember, we can ask someone else if they want to trade. Like, we don't have to just take the phone calls. We can propose a trade to somebody else, right? That's also an option. Again, why move back when the guy that they're going to take is sitting there? Just take him, right? Let's see. You said Jordan Morgan's length. I don't think his length is an issue. Let's check. I don't remember his length. If we're being honest, I don't remember his length being an issue, but it could be, because there are a lot of things that I didn't love necessarily about Jordan Morgan. He might have short arms. Let's see. Yeah, he's sub 33-inch arms too. So that's another thing. They're 33 inches. Okay, 32 7/8 means they're 33 inches. I always round up when you're that close. When a guy is 6'4" and 3/4 or 6'4" and 7/8. All right, the guy's 6'5", right? So he's got 34-inch arms, 33, inch arms. But yes, that's substandard length. You're not. That's not what you're looking for, obviously. So you're not wrong there. But tackle is definitely the pick. Now let's see what you guys say. Morgan. Morgan. Somebody said Paul, trade back 40. Sanders is a third. Tackle, linebacker, tackle, take best player available. Morgan, tackle, tackle. And Paul needs work. I agree with that. All right, so tackle. All right, so it's going to be tackle, and it's going to be Jordan Morgan. That's the prevailing thought. He's the highest rated tackle on the board. And I've already told you, if he's available, this is my guarantee for this draft. I know nothing else, but if I know one thing, Washington is going to select Jordan Morgan at 36 if they don't trade back into the first round. And as you saw, it's going to be tough. As you go back and we look at the damage that was done, I'm actually interested to see what everyone did in the first round. So Drake May went third, Harrison fourth, Malik Neighbors. So we didn't get the action that we're going to get. Somebody's going to trade up to 4 or 5 and get the quarterback. The Vikings just stood pat and got J.J. McCarthy. That's not happening, right? They're going to have to move up to get J.J. McCarthy. They're not going to be able to sit at 11 and have him fall in their lap. But, I mean, all of this looks legit, for the most part. Some of this stuff, I don't see the Jets taking another edge rusher. They've taken an edge rusher, it feels like, in each of the last 3 or 4 drafts. They're not taking another one at 10. They're going to either them or the Bears are going to trade out of 9 or 10. But Amarius Mims going to the that one set off a chain of events. Troy Fatanu going first after Alt, and then that kind of opened the floodgates, and then we started to see these tackles come off the board. Fatanu, and then Mims, and then Latham, and then Fuaga. So we knew that was going to happen. Chop Robinson was taken at 19. Remember, they lost Aaron Donald to retirement. So Dallas ended up taking Cooper DeJohn. Adonai Mitchell is a Packer. They never take first-round receivers, so they're not doing that shit. Let's see. Guyton went to the Lions. Suamataia went to the 49ers. I knew there was going to be a run on tackles towards the end of the first round. And so that leaves us with Jordan Morgan. I'm going to turn the card in. Jordan Morgan is the pick. And I told you, he's going to be the pick on draft day 2. If he's available and they haven't traded back into the first round, they're taking Jordan Morgan. So we're going to move on. All right. And just like that, we're back on the clock. And we got another trade offer from the Raiders. They're desperately trying to get up. So I'm going to ask you, just like I asked you before, do you want to trade? Let's see how many proposals we have. Is it just the Raiders? We have 2 trade offers, the Raiders and the Seahawks this time. Hell no. I'm not moving all the way back to 80 to 81. This is not my choice. This is your choice. They're offering us a 2025 first-round pick, though. That's the intrigue. And you're getting a 4th-round pick and an early 4th-round pick, the second pick in the 4th round, which we currently don't have a 4th-round pick. So you would then have 4 3rd-round picks and now a 4th-rounder and a 2025, but you're moving all the way out of the 2nd round after this selection. You don't have another 2nd-rounder if you do this. So that's the Seattle pick, the trade, and then this is the Raiders trade. Move back 4 spots. You're going to give up your 7th-round pick, and in exchange, you'll get a 3rd-round pick from the Raiders in 2025, the next year's draft. So you're moving back 4 spots. And you're getting a 3rd-round pick next year, essentially. Is that something that appeals to you? Is that something that appeals to you? I will go ahead and put this in the community tab. Should Washington trade back into the second round? And we pretty much have the same options. No. Yes. With Vegas, LVR. Yes. With Seattle. So those are your options. And then after that, I'll go ahead and put this. If the answer ends up being no, who should Washington select with the 40th pick overall? And we'll just give out positions again. So we've just taken a tackle. So tackle's sort of kind of off the board at this point. So now it's edge, wide receiver, tight end, cornerback, and I would say linebacker, I guess. Let's think. Tight end, wide receiver, corner, edge. Best player available. Let's say that, because I still think there's some other positions. We can go BPA here. So those are your options. All right. And I'll let that marinate for a little while we go through what's available. So let's go through the comment section and see what you guys see what we got. So y'all talking about that first round pick from Seattle. It's tempting, but you're going back so far. I get it. We just made a pick, but you're moving back. Now, the intriguing part, that 2025 first is cool, right? But in that, you also have to take into consideration that you're getting an additional third and you're getting a fourth. So that's some ammunition you can play around with. You know what they're trying to come up for. You know Seattle's coming up for Bo Nix. That's probably, and I guess that's what the Raiders are trying to do, right? Both of them are desperately trying to get up to get Bo Nix. Both need quarterbacks. Seattle, not as much as the Raiders. The Raiders are desperate, but that's what they're trying to come up for is Bo Nix, right? So are you looking to help is the question. Now on the Raiders offer, I would do it. No, you take that first, but it's not going to happen. Let's see. Time for BPA. Xavier Legette. I'll do the Raiders. Aren't going to be good. That's a top 10 pick. Well, that's a third rounder next year. So it's not a first rounder. Gary B says, yes, take the 2025 first round pick. Yeah, I don't see that Seattle doing all of that, like to come up to get Bo Nix. Like they have not only Sam Howell, but they still have a starter in Geno Smith. They're not giving up that much draft capital. That's why I said some of these things can get really crazy. No, just make the pick for entertainment purposes. Peyton Wilson, linebacker, best player available. D. Robinson, if available, then him. All right. Let's see. All right. So let's see what you guys say on the votes. No. So nope, we're not going to trade back. And that's kind of the sense I'm getting is you guys aren't interested in trading back with either Seattle or Vegas. And you said who we should take with the 40th pick. Right now, best player available is winning the day. Okay. And I don't disagree with that, guys. I really don't. So we're going to reject the Raiders. We're going to reject the Seahawks. I know some of you wanted that first round pick, but we're going to reject those trades. And we're going to look around and see what's here. So I don't necessarily love their list. So we'll just go through all the positions quickly. We don't need quarterback. We're not drafting a running back here. Wide receiver. Leggett is available. He's at the top of their list. Corley is available. Roman Wilson, Ricky Pearsall. And what you also need to keep in mind is who else is still available at the position. That should also go and factor into your decision making, because if there are 7 dudes that you still love, the likelihood is by the time Washington's next pick rolls around, one of those 7 guys is going to be available at 67, right? So that's the kind of stuff you weigh. Like Jatavion Sanders is still there. Ben Sinnott, the tight end position largely untouched. And I think you might be able to wait till the 3rd round based off of how this is going. I don't think in come next Friday, when we're in day 2, that Jatavion Sanders is going to be there at 67. He could be. That he's iffy. He's a fringe 2nd, 3rd rounder, but I think somebody's gonna snatch him up in the 2nd round. We've already taken tackle. We don't need a guard right now, or a center right now. So we go to the defensive side of the football. Defensive tackle, my guy Braden Fisk is still sitting there. They got him a lot lower than I think he should be. Darius Robinson, a lot of you like him. I don't like him like that, but some of you do. A lot of you brought him up. All the edges are still pretty much there that you would be considering. Peyton Wilson is there. I know a lot of you like him. Corner, I don't love this cornerback draft class, and I think it's too early for any of these guys, to be honest with you. But again, this is your draft. I need to shut up and stop interjecting my opinion. I just need to let y'all rock. And that's the safety position. Nobody's drafted a safety yet. And that's how I think it's going to go. So let's go to refresh this one last time. And wide receiver has now edged out best player available. So we'll take a look at wide receiver, and then we're going to take a look at the comment section, and then we're going to make a selection. All right. So receiver, it won on the community tab. All right. So there were a lot of chance for Darius Robinson. Let's see. Xavier Leggett. I'm seeing a lot of Xavier Leggett. I'm seeing some TJ Tampas. Smack City says Leggett is such a steal here. We looked at corner already, Jay Black. We can go back there again. TJ Tampa, Ennis Rick Straw Jr., Chris Abrams, Drain, DJ James, Andrew Phillips. Those are some of the better names at the position. Elijah Jones is a guy that I think Washington likes a lot, and I think they'd rather take him than some of these other names that you see towards the top of this draft. Sling and Salvi says, sadly, I don't think they're interested in Leggett. Haven't heard any interest in him. Sling and Salvi, they haven't had any interest in any receiver. That's what we talked about already. So you don't know who they're taking a receiver. They're interested in one of these receivers. We don't know which one or which ones. All right. There are more Xavier Leggett's than anything else. And receiver won the community tab, and I'm going to go to the community tab one final time and refresh to see if any movement has happened. And receiver has extended its lead. So the pick is going to be Xavier Legette, wide receiver out of South Carolina. You guys have spoken. That is the selection. All right. Pick is in. Xavier Legette. All right, we move on. See where this thing. I'll pause this right around maybe 55. Kind of see where we are and see if there's anybody that interests you enough to maybe trade up. I don't think so, but we'll stop it around 55. All right, let's look. Let's take a look, see at where we are. So we'll refresh this thing, look at what's available, and we'll go through all the positions real quick. Who ended up getting Bo Nix? So the Raiders tried to desperately trade up, and he fell into their lap, which is not going to happen. But I know why they were trying to trade up. So, wide receiver, running back still haven't been touched. Wide receiver, we just took one, so we're no longer in that market. Tight end, they're still there, all of them, except for Brock Bowers. Tackle, we've already addressed it, but Patrick Paul is still there. Everybody's still there, except the guy we took, Jordan Morgan. So, and we took him when we had to. If we didn't take him at 36, he might not have made it to 40. Don't feel bad about doing that, by the way. Guard, Dominic Pooney is the next highest rated guard. Center, he's the highest rated prospect left on their board, which is Zach Frazier. Go to the defensive side, defensive tackle. Braden Fisk is still there. Look at how low they got Tavondre Sweat. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. He's 93rd overall. Yeah, right. Edge. All the guys that we could want are still available at the edge rusher position. Linebacker, who took Peyton Wilson? I'm interested to see who took him. He ended up in New England with the Patriots. Okay. So now the linebacker position is pretty much shot at this point. Cornerback, that's starting to go now. But again, I'm not tripping because the guy that they really like, the guys that they've shown interest in, all of those guys are still here. And like I said, they're shopping for a corner in that 5th round market. I don't think they're shopping for one right now. We'll see what happens and how many more of those come off the board. And then safety, I don't see them doing anything at the safety position, not this early in the draft. I don't think there's anybody worth trading up for. You guys agree, right? I don't think we need to do anything. We're all in agreement there, right? Don't need to do anything. Don't need to trade. Let the draft continue to play itself out. Washington is 12 picks away from being back on the clock. Okay. Yamil says, yeah, don't reach. Just let the board happen. Nicholas says, yep, we're good. Neil says, agreed. Sounds like we're good. At this stage, follow the board. I'm with it. All right, let's let it rock. So edges are starting to go. 2 edges just went. 3 edges just went. All right. Whoo! You see what Carolina just did? Did you peep game? Let's hide this for a second. You see what Carolina just did? Carolina, they knew we had a meeting. We had a official 30 with Marshawn Nealon. They jump in front of us to take him. You see what they just did? Those dirty bastards. Not that he was going to be the pick, but you like the options, right? The optionality, right? You see what they did? Those dirty bastards. I just like having options. And they took one of those away just now. Yeah, that was real dirty. Let's see what trade offers we got. We got 2 trade offers. Buffalo wants us to move back to the 4th round, and they'll give up the 2nd round pick they got from Minnesota in the what deal was that? They got a 2nd round pick from Minnesota for something. whatever the case may be, they want to give us Minnesota's second round pick. Are you interested in that? And then the Dolphins want us to move back to the 5th round, and they'll give us a 4th and a 2nd next year. Are you interested in either of these trades? Are you interested in the Dolphins trade? Are you? And I'm going to go ahead and put this in the comment section. We got 2 more trade offers. So should Washington trade back in the 3rd round? So should Washington trade back in the 3rd round? We got 2 options with 3 options. No. Yes. Dolphins, Miami, or Buffalo. Yes, Buffalo. I'll leave that there. And then I'll also post who should Washington take with the 67th pick in the draft. So you can go ahead and answer that as well. And we got some options. I'm going to go through the list first, and then we can probably narrow this one down. We don't have to be as vague with this one. Let's see what our options are going to look like. So I'll let that one cook a little bit, and I'll come back and see if you guys are interested in the trade. So you've seen the trades. I'll just go through them real quick. Miami wants to give us a 5th round pick in exchange for our first third, 67th overall, and our 7th. And they want to give us 2 picks in next year's draft, 2nd and a 4th. Meanwhile, Buffalo wants us to move back to the 4th round, completely, move from 67 to 128. And they'll give us a pick they acquired from Minnesota in the 2nd round in next year's draft. Let's see. This is a resounding no. Everybody's like, nah, we good, bro. So I'm going to go ahead. Let me check the community tab first and see what they say. It's 100% no. Okay, so the nays have it. It's unanimous. We're gonna go ahead and pass on these options in the and what we're gonna ultimately do is now focus in on. We're gonna reject and reject. Now we're gonna focus in on Marshawn Nealon. That hurt my soul because again, not that we were gonna take him, but I just like the option being present. And that was real dirty on the part of the Panthers, but it was a smart move. They knew we were interested. Not that the AI actually knew we met with him, but we did. And they jumped in front of us. That was a smooth move right there. So these are the best players available according to Pro Football Network. A lot of positions that we aren't really interested in at this current juncture. Let's go through each position very quickly, though. We don't need a quarterback. We don't need a running back at this time. Receiver, we've already taken care of. Tight end is now in play. Okay. And if so remember, the next pick is 11 selections away. You don't pick again until 78. Is Ben Sinnott or Jatavion Sanders going to be available? And are you okay if they're both gone with the guys that are behind them? Okay, that's what you have to ask yourself. Clearly, they're interested in Jatavion Sanders, and I think they're interested in him in the 3rd round, not the 2nd. Okay, but if they don't get him, clearly they're interested in Jared Wiley, and I think they're looking at him as a 5th round selection. So they've got some other options, and then Eric All, I told you, is a very intriguing option, but he's coming off of an injury, and I'm always a little bit leery of guys like that. So tight end is a position that I think we should be somewhat interested in at this point. Nothing at tackle right now. They could double up on tackle. I don't see them going guard at this point. Too early for that. nor center. Don't think they're going to do center at all in this draft after signing a center in free agency and drafting one last year in the 3rd round. And then adding another guy in free agency. So I think center is completely off the board. As you go to the defensive side, Braden Fisk is still there. Okay. All the edge rushers aren't there anymore. So Nealon is now gone. So is what's the other guy's name? Adisa Isaac and Chris Braswell. Those guys weren't of interest to me, but Braylon Trice was interesting, but they didn't bring him in for a visit. So just know, if you don't take Austin Booker now, he may be there at 78. My guess is he will be there at 78. But you're rolling the dice is essentially what you're doing. Because just because he's rated 97th on their board doesn't mean somebody's not going to snatch him up. So I think right now, tight end, edge rusher are 2 of the positions that really stick out to me. I'm not interested in the tight end linebackers. Tyrese Knight will be there in the 5th round when we are ready to go after that position. Again, this is for you. I have to back off. I have a takeover spirit. I'm sorry. You have to bear with me. This is your mock draft, not mine. Cornerback, this is what's available. If you want to be aggressive, you can go corner here. And then safety, I don't think they're interested in the safety this early, if at all, in this draft. So what says you guys? I'm going to go ahead in the community tab. I'm going to put edge rusher. And we probably could limit it to some names here. Austin Booker is going to be a name. I'm going to put cornerback on the list. I'm going to put Braden Fisk's name on this list. And then we're going to go tight end. You got Sanat and Sanders, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go put that up in the community tab right now. So Braden Fisk. Jatavion Sanders, Ben Sanat, Austin Booker, or cornerback, or BPA. And I think some of these names are BPA anyway, in my estimation. But that are your selections. I'm going to come back and refresh this, and then we'll go with whatever you guys decide. Community tab coupled with the comment section, okay? Community tab coupled with the comment section. So, all right, let's see what you guys are doing here. We're going to start right around here. So yes. So just so you guys are aware, 78 is our next pick. So 11 selections from now, we select again. And then after 78, we have the 100th pick, which is the final pick of the 3rd round. Okay. So Savart says Javon Bullard at safety or Mikey Sanristril. Yamil says, what are our tight end options? You're looking at them. Slinging Salvi says Nealon would have been a great pick. I at least wanted him to be available for the optionality, but that was taken from us. Sanristril is small, and Forbes sucks. Again, he gets banished to the slot where Sandy lives. Slinging Salvi says 100% Sanders. I don't think we need a safety at this point in the draft, if at all. We got, like you said, we got Xavier says we got like 79 safeties. What's wrong with y'all? Sanders. See a lot of Sanders. Yes, Force is in a contract year, as are a number of guys. Let's see. Sanders, so performance provision says Sanders is slow. I know you see the 4.69 40. Don't let that fool you. He plays much faster than that. He's not, that's not his game speed, if that makes any sense. He separates during the games. If you watch the tape, you see him running away from guys all the time. So take it for what it's worth. I get it. I expected him to run faster too. But Mr. Ron B says take Fisk. Just Andre says Sanders. I'm seeing more Sanders than anything else. I'm seeing Booker's name pop up here a little bit. Sanders from Frank McLaughlin. Frankie baby, my guy. Aloha. Mr. T Money says, Lord, fire the Panthers GM for taking Ladd. Ladd McConkey's going to be a good wide receiver, but you need more than that. I'm not mad at you for that. I like Ladd McConkey. He's going to be a better pro than he was a collegiate player, but y'all need a big dog. Not that he's going to be a pup, but all right. I see more Sanders than anything else. And let's check the community tab and see what you guys have done. Sanders by a long shot. 70% of the votes have Jatavion Sanders as the pick. Let's turn the card in, man. Jatavion Sanders is the pick at 67. Washington is going to be on the board, on the clock again here very, very soon. Let's pause it. We're 3 picks away, right? 4 picks away, excuse me. Are there any players that you want to try to get before they go away? Braden Fisk is still there. You could wait. He might not be there, but you can wait. You're 4 picks away. All right. Is there anybody that you're like, we gotta go get this guy? I can't believe he's still there. So these are the best players according to Pro Football Network. I don't agree. So let's go through the positions like we've done already. These are their best offensive players. We're going to go position by position. We don't need quarterback. We don't need running back yet. I guess you could start entertaining running backs. Still a little early for me personally, but I guess you could start entertaining them, but still a little early for me. We've gone receiver already. We've gone tight end already. So you're not going to double up on those positions. You could double up on tackle. Kieran Omegadeji is still there. You could double up on tackle. There's nothing wrong with it, and nobody's going to blame you for doing that. Guard, we're good there. Center, same thing. As you go to the defensive side, defensive tackle, Braden Fisk is still sitting there somehow. He will not be, I guarantee you, Braden Fisk will not last until 78 in the 3rd round. Maybe, just maybe he makes it to 67. He won't make it to 78. I don't think he's even making it to 67. Okay, that's my personal opinion. So the fact that he's even still here is crazy to me. Austin Booker is still there if you're looking at edge rusher, and we have not taken one of those yet. Linebacker, not really interested, but again, that's on you. You guys tell me what you want to do. Those are the linebackers. All right, they've already shown us who they're interested in. You can wait till the 5th round. You do not have to do anything right now. Same with the corners. None of these guys jump out. We know who they're interested in. The guy that they're interested in is going to be there in the 5th round, right? Or the guys, I'll put some S on that. The guys that they've shown interest in will be there in the 5th round more likely than not. And then safety, again, not really interested. But again, this is your thing. Again, I got to take over, Spirit. I apologize. Anybody here that you see we need to trade up for? All right. So I see Fisk. Booker, Wilson, Sweat. That's the first time I saw that name pop up. He's another guy I don't expect to be here at 78 when we get there. We're not even at 78. I'm just asking y'all, do we trade up? And I haven't seen anybody wanting to trade up. So we'll just let the draft play itself out. See what happens. A lot of heavy hitters went in those 3 picks. All right. So just looking at the picks, Blake Corum goes to the Bears, Ricky Pearsall goes to the Broncos, and Roman Wilson goes to the Raiders. So some heavy hitters came off the board just now. Patrick Paul went off the board to the Atlanta Falcons. So some big names just left the board. But we got 2 trade offers. The Browns want us to move back 7 spots, and we'll pick up a 6th rounder in 2025. Boo. They might do that though. But here's an interesting trade, and our assistant GM is boys with them, so this makes sense. You move back 8 spots, you give up your 7th, but you pick up a 4th. I'd do this right here. I don't know about you guys, but again, you have to. I'll put this one on hold. I'll put this one on ice, right? And here are your 2 options. Browns, move back 7 spots, pick up a 6th round pick next year. Lions, move back 8 spots, also give up your 7th this year, but you get a 4th rounder this year for your troubles. We don't currently have a 4th round pick. This is what I would like to see them do in the draft for real. I'd like to see them do something like this where they pick up a 4th round pick. Because I think that's what gets you the running back that I want is a 4th round pick. I don't want to spend a 3rd round pick on a running back. I want to trade back 8 spots, still get me a quality football player. I think Austin Booker could still be there at 86. You're pushing it. He'll probably be gone. You're pushing it, but he could still be there at 86. But I want that 4th round pick very badly. Very badly. I'm going to put this on ice. I'm going to go ahead and go to the community tab. And I'm going to give you your options. Should Washington trade back in the 3rd round? As always, you've got your options. 3 options. No. Yes. With the Browns. Cleveland. Yes. With the Lions. My vote is yes, just so you know. But again, your show. I gotta take over Spirit. Charge it to my head, not my heart. Okay. Sorry. I'll leave it to you guys to discuss. Let's look at what's available though, so you can make a better decision on whether you want to trade out of this pick or not. So let's go through it again. We're already here on the defensive side, so let's stay here. Braden Fisk is still available if you want to go defensive tackle, if you're thinking about going best player available. Edge rusher, Austin Booker is still available, and I think he might still be available. I don't think in real life, I don't know if he makes it to 86, which is where we'll be trading. I think there's a chance he's there at 78. I really do. 86, move back 8 spots. Now you're pushing it. Because again, I think he's one of the higher upside edges. I just think a lot of people might be scared by his size. He's 240 pounds, right? If you're taking a guy in the 3rd round, you might want him to play now. We got guys where that quote that I gave you from Adam Peters about having a runway and not needing a guy to necessarily come in, like he's talking about Austin Booker when he says that, right? So Booker's still there, and he might still be there at 86, right? And you could pick up a 4th round pick in the process. It's risky, but if you pull it off and you get it, that's one of those, you stand up, you give out hugs and high fives in the draft room. If you trade back, you get Austin Booker and you pick up a 4th. If you get to that 86th pick and Booker's there and you make the selection and you just picked up 123 overall, that's when we get up and we dap each other and give hugs and shit. That's what you do it for right there. Linebacker, again, I don't think we're ready for corner, but you could probably start having the corner conversation right now. Offense, quarterback, no. Running back, let's see what's available. A lot of good stuff still here. I told you, 4th round is when this party starts. Don't get there early. Don't be that guy. I'm not showing up to the party till the 4th round. We don't have a 4th rounder. That's a problem. We did the receiver thing already. We did the tight end thing already. We did the tackle thing already. But there's still guys available if you want to double up. It's still available. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. We don't need guard and we don't need center. Not now, at least. So, what says you? Do you want to trade back? No trade. Let's see. Trust the board. Take Fisk. Booker. Performance Provisions wants Booker. Frankie P wants Booker. Performance Provision says Fisk is better, but we really don't need it. Nah, we good on that trade. Hell no. No trade. Take the Lions offer. Let's see. No trades. Take Fisk. I'll do Lions. Let's see if that's the same person. No, it's not the same person. So just Andre says he'll do the Lions. NGA says he'd take that deal. Sean Jackson says, I like that Lions trade. Early 4th round pick, do it, says Mr. Ron B. Detroit looks okay. I like that trade too. No trade from Steven Strong. Twin D says trade with the Lions for the 4th rounder. Ron B says make the call to Detroit. I see some no's. No trade, take Fisk again from Ravi Ray. Frank McLaughlin says take that trade. So somebody said they want to see the picks we already made. These are the picks we've made to this point. 2nd overall, we've taken Jaden Daniels. 36th overall, we've taken Jordan Morgan, tackle out of Arizona. 40th overall, we took wide receiver Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. 67th overall, we took tight end Jatavion Sanders. So we've got all offense to this point. Offense, which is what we think could actually happen. I wouldn't be shocked to see at 40 we go on the defensive side of the ball with an edge rusher or something of that ilk. But I wouldn't be shocked if it's all offense because pretty much most of the free agency period was spent on defense other than the offensive line. We really didn't do anything other than Zach Ertz and a couple and some backup players like the running back Mick out of Boise State, whatever, I forget his name, McNichols. Like, I mean, we really didn't do anything on the offensive side other than offensive linemen. So this isn't far-fetched here. Now is where you start sniffing around defenders, right in this area. So what's going to ultimately determine if we take this Lions deal, because a lot of y'all are trying to take the deal in the comment section. It's going to be what the community tab says. Should Washington trade back in the 3rd round? Let's see what they say. Let's refresh. They want the Lions deal. 55% of you say take the Lions deal. I think we're going to take that Lions deal. It's overwhelmingly Lions deal in the comment section, and then 55% of you in the community tab want the Lions deal. I think that Lions deal is it's a real deal. We have a guy in our front office that's good with their GM because he just came from there. So there's a working relationship. You're not giving up too much. You're not moving too far back, and you're picking up an important piece. To hell with the 7th round pick. Give me the 4th round pick. I like this a lot. I say we take the deal. You guys have spoken. We're taking the deal. We're moving back. All right, let's go to the draft and see what happens now. Braden Fisk is gone, everybody. Braden Fisk is gone, but Mr. Booker is still with us. All right. And I told you, if he was still with us after you make that trade, so the Lions came up for Mike Sanders still. And that makes sense. Went to University of Michigan, right in their backyard. You team him back up with his old running mate or old buddy. What's the edge rusher? Aiden Hutchinson. And who knows Mike Sanders still better than the Lions do, right? He's right in their backyard. But that's what they came up for when they traded with us. I'm going to go ahead and put in the comment section, the community tab. I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys who we should take with the 86th pick. I think I know what y'all are going to decide on this one, but I'm going to shut my mouth. 86th pick. And let's go through the list and see what the options are real quick. So we know Austin Booker is one of them. We do know that. Let's see. Who do they have as their best players available? Nobody that really stands out. Kieran Omegadeji is still available. We know they're interested in him. You could double down on tackle, so I think we'll put him on the list of guys. We don't need quarterback. Running back, still largely untouched. I think only the Texas kid who's coming off of the injury has been taken, I think. Doesn't look like many other running backs have gone in this draft. Oh, and the Florida State running back. Both of them are gone. The Texas kid and the Florida State running back are gone. Everybody else is here at running back. We've done the receiver thing. We've done the tight end thing. As I mentioned already, Kieran Omegadeji right here in your wheelhouse. If you want, I'm going to go ahead and put him on the list as a matter of fact. Let's go ahead and put Kieran Omegadeji. All right. We don't need guard. We don't need center. Let's go to the defensive side. D tackle. We missed the boat on our guy Braden Fisk. He went to the Vikings at 82, which is a farce. He'll be long gone before then. I'll be shocked if he's still available. T'Vondre Sweat, that's criminal that he's still available. That won't happen either. He'll be long gone by now. It's crazy that they got all these guys ahead of him. Yeah, right. Booker's still there, as I mentioned. They're interested in Jalix Hunt. That's another name that they like. Don't think we're in linebacker range yet. And I guess corner can start to come into play here. I still think all the guys, Jarvis Brownlee and Cam Hart and Elijah Jones, who I know they really like, all those guys are still available, and they're not coming off the board yet. I think in real life, in the real draft, you're going to have to start considering some of these corners because they're not going to be that far down the board on a lot of people's list. And you'll start to see like Cam Hart, yeah, you can wait on him, especially with that extra fourth rounder we picked up. You can wait on him. But Elijah Jones, I think, is a lot higher on people's board than they have him. I think he'd be somewhere up in here and about to come off the board here in a second. But I think we got two names, and then I think the rest can be positions and BPA. So corner, I guess we could put Jalix Hunt. I guess I still think it's a little early for him anyway, but and then BPA. Oh, yeah. I think because I have a tackle up there. So who should Washington select with the 86th overall pick? You've got your options. I'll let that cook for a little while. I'm going to get to the comment section and see where you guys are right now and what you guys think we should do. Oh, I see y'all was sweating, man. I was sweating too about Booker. I was like, oh, don't let him be gone. Oh man. I was like, come on. And now that he's there, I'm telling you, if we turn the card in and let's see what you guys decide to do. I was definitely sweating bullets. I ain't even gonna front. Watching them picks come down. I see the Yale tackle, Megadeji. I put him in there. If you're out there, if you're one of the, if you're out there, you're one of the mods, please put the link to the community tab in the comment section so everybody can get to it. All right. So it's split now. Megadeji is making a serious run. But Book, I think, is still slightly ahead. But I've made a tab. Let me put it. I'll put it in there. If none of the, I'll put it in there because I think I got my community tab up here on my. No, I don't have it on my computer, but I can pull it down for you guys. No worries. And I'll throw it in the comment section for you right now. So that's the community tab, folks. Rip it and get in there and vote. All right. Somebody said they want to see BPA. All right. Let's do it. Let's see BPA. So this is their BPA. And I told you, their BPA and what we consider BPA, I think, are two different things. I don't love their BPA. Normally, when we start talking BPA, I like to go through the actual positions myself so that we can see what's available because their BPA stinks. Any draft that has Michael Hall Jr. out of Ohio State, 36 spots, 34 spots, excuse me. Did I say that right? 36 spots higher than Tavondre Sweat is not a overall ranking that I agree with. So we can go through it real quick. We don't need quarterback. I'm shocked that Spencer Rattler isn't already gone. There's no way he's making it out of the second round. That's crazy. Running back, again, largely untouched. Wide receiver, don't need. Tight end, don't need. Tackle, Kieran Megadeji, Blake Fisher are two names. Matt Goncalves is a guy that we brought in for a visit. So, or is it? Did we bring? I think I might have taken him in a mock draft. That's why his name might stick out to me. I don't think he's Caden Wallace. We brought in for a visit, but we don't need guard. We don't need center. So we go to the defensive side and defensive tackle. As you can see, this is what it looks like. Tavondre Sweat is still there. Edge rusher, Austin Booker, Jalix Hunt are your two front runners there. Not interested in any of the linebackers now. We can wait on them. Corner, I think you can wait. You don't really have to do anything there, and we don't need any safeties. So that's what it looks like right now. All right, so let's go to the comments, the poll on the community tab. And it's overwhelming that Austin Booker is the pick right now. So let's go back through and it was overwhelming in the comment section to be booked. So we're just going to go ahead and make that pick. I love it. I think this is one of the best values we've gotten in the draft thus far, is trading back and still getting Austin Booker and picking up a 4th round pick. This is money right here. Again, this is hugs and high fives for everybody in the draft room. Pulling that off. Moving back 8 spots, picking up a 4th rounder, and getting Austin Booker. Kieran Omegadeji goes on the very next pick. So anybody, and it goes to Dallas of all teams. So that probably is going to piss you off a little bit, but it was worth it if you ask me. We already got a tackle, and while I would have liked to have had him be available and have that option at our disposal, he's gone. So we have another option, 2 trades here. Denver wants to come up. Have they taken a quarterback yet? Yeah, they traded back into the 1st round to get Michael Penix Jr. So this isn't for Spencer Rattler, but they want to come up. They want us to move back into the 4th round. We already got a 4th round pick. And they want our 2025 6th, and they want to give us 2 4th round picks, actually, to move back 21 spots. So 2 4ths. I don't think we need that many picks in this year's draft, guys. That's my opinion. You can do with that whatever you like. But now you're getting to the point, like, we just needed 1 more 4th, right? Or we just needed a 4th. We got 2 5ths. We don't have a 6th or a 7th. Who's tripping about that? I'm not. At that point of the draft, and yes, our GM has been known to find gems at the back end of the draft. So if this tickles your fancy, by all means, I will put these options in the comment section or in the community tab. The Colts want us to move back 8 spots. They want our 6th rounder next year, and they'll give us a 5th round pick this year as well. So we'll have 3 5th rounders, and we'll be moving back 8 spots. Is that something that tickles your fancy? Move back 8 spots, pick up an additional 5th round pick. So that'll give Washington 2 4th round picks, right? We already made 2 3rd round selections. We will be then making 2 4th round picks because we already got one in the Lions trade. We'll be getting another one here from Indy, moving out of the 3rd round. We got the last pick in the 3rd round. They want to come into the 3rd round and get their guy, move back to the 4th round to 108. So we'll have 2 4s, and then we'll now and then give us 151, which will give us a 3rd 5th round pick. Okay. So I'm going to go to the community tab and give you guys an opportunity to digest all of that. And I'll put the community tab link in the comment section again. Just so you guys have it and can go and vote. Should Washington trade out of the 3rd round? It's going to be this one. Should Washington trade out of the 3rd round? And this one is pretty simple. You got 3 options like we always do, because it seems like we always get 2 trade offers. No, yes, Indy, And yes, who was the other one? Was it Denver? Yeah, it was Denver. So those are your options. Should Washington trade out of the third round? So that's in the community tab. You have an opportunity to vote. So you see your options. Indy, pick 108 and pick 151. So move back 8 spots into the fourth, and you get a fifth. They want the 100th pick, so they move into the third, and they want a 2025 sixth round selection. Meanwhile, Denver wants us to move back 21 spots, still in the fourth round, and they also want to give us another fourth round. So you're getting 2 fourth rounders in exchange for the third and a 2025 sixth round pick. So what's more appealing to you, or neither? Going to stay here in the third round, make a selection. Let's see what's available. I'm going to leave these here. We'll come back to those. Let's see what's available, and that probably will help you make a decision. Let's look at what Washington has done, what you guys have done thus far first. All right. So Jaden Daniels, Jordan Morgan, Xavier Legette, Jatavion Sanders, and Austin Booker have been secured thus far. And the Booker pick is the best to me so far because you traded back, you picked up a fourth, and you still got your guy. That one I love. So that's where we are. That's what we've done. Okay. Now let's take a look at what we still have left to do. All right. So now you're getting into that running back range. I still think with the fourth round pick we picked up, that's when you should start entertaining running back and corner in those positions. Don't need quarterback or running back right now. Wide receiver, we're good. Tight end, we're good. Tackle, you could take another tackle here, right? If you're going to turn down those trade offers, you're looking at these tackles, and Blake Fisher is sitting there, and I know that's a guy that a lot of you guys like. I like as well. Defensively, you've got a bunch of defensive tackles left, including Tavondre Sweat, with, again, criminal that he's still available at 100. That just boggles the mind. Edge rushers, we just solved that Rubik's Cube there, so don't really think we're interested. Now, damn, Jalix Hunt. Who took Jalix Hunt? Just wait a minute, time out. Who took Jalix Hunt? Oh, Arizona, you dirty dick dastardly bastards. Huh. Okay, no Jalix Hunt. Okay. Because he wasn't a edge rusher to me. He was a linebacker. He would have been intriguing. Not now, but into the fourth round, he would have been a guy that I would have been looking at. Into the fourth, really fifth round is when I think he'll really come off the board in the fifth round. Somebody could fall in love with his measurables, though. We don't need edge. Linebacker. Tyrese Knight is starting to sneak up the list, but he's still a ways away. I still think you can get him with that 139th pick, which is a fourth rounder or a fifth rounder, excuse me. I think you can get him then. I don't think you have to do anything there. And then corner. I think you could probably start looking at corner right now too, even though, again, still early for me. If this were real life, you'd probably have to start deciding on Elijah Jones. He'd be way higher on this thing than where he is. In this mock draft, where they got him, and it doesn't matter because teams could still take him, even though he's that low. Usually, they're not going to take him if he's that low, right? So, anyway, you just play to the board. So I've given you guys an opportunity to go vote. Let's see what the verdict is. And no trade from everyone who voted. Let's see what you guys are saying in the comment section. See some trade backs, but I see a lot of, let's see. Yes, trade with Indy. Get them 2/4 and get a cornerback and whatever you need, another linebacker. Indy or no, okay? Let's see. Fisher, Denver trade, yes. Yeah, only Indy. Yes on Indy, no on Denver. Let's see. Fisher, I've seen that one already. Select Fisher. I'm seeing him pop up a little bit more. Fisher. All right. So I'm going to refresh. So no from the community tab. And I'm seeing a lot of, I'm seeing a split here between staying and trading, getting the trade. So if it's a tie, the community tab breaks the tie and they say no, stay at the pick. So now I need to go back and ask the community tab what they want to do. And then we can move forward and proceed. So now I'm going to ask the community tab, who should Washington select with the 100th overall pick? Which I'm not mad at staying here. I don't want overkill, right? Like having extra 4th rounders is cool, but I'm good with just 1 4th rounder. We already achieved that. So I don't need 2 4th rounders, even though, you know, Blake Fisher is very intriguing to me. And we act as if we just need 1 tackle. Like, I think a lot of us felt like getting 2 tackles was the objective in this year's draft. So Blake Fisher makes a lot of sense. If you're going to do that, we got Morgan already. He's a left tackle. And Fisher is a worker bee, right tackle. So I think you can get away with adding those 2 guys and feel good. And they both could end up starting for you. And if you're not ready for one of them to start, so be it. So Blake Fisher is one option. Let's look at some of the other positions. We could go corner. We could go linebacker. We could go defensive tackle. So Blake Fisher, linebacker, cornerback, running back, safety, or I'm going to put D-line. And safety, D-line, or O-line. Interior O-line. I'll put that, one of the 3. And then you guys can decide that. And then we'll make the selection. Check their credit score. So, yeah, the gap on trading out of the 3rd round continues to expand for no. So it's a no-go. I'm going to go ahead and turn those trades down, right? We'll turn these trades down, these trade offers that we've gotten. Go ahead and reject that. And I'm going to go ahead and reject that Colts trade. And we just going to go ahead and roll. Now the question is, what are we going to do? I'm going to let y'all cook for a little while. Y'all give me what y'all think. You said, who's on the interior? Those are your guards. Those are your centers. I'm going to let it sit up there for a little bit. Seeing a lot more Fisher. Seeing a lot of Fishers, and Fishers winning on the vote on the community tab right now. I'm going to give the community tab like one more minute, and I'm going to keep going through the comment section. All right, let's check the community tab. All right, Fisher's winning in a landslide here. And in the comment section, I would say that Fisher's winning there too. There's still a contingency of you guys that would have traded. The trade would have been okay. You're not getting Blake Fisher if you trade back, though. That's the only thing, right? So I like the idea of coming away with 2 tackles. I'm not upset about that. So you still have 3 picks left after this, right? You can get you a corner, a running back with one of these 2 picks. Corner, running back, and, linebacker, and be done, right? And there's going to be good value at all 3 of these picks, at all the positions that we're looking at. So I got no issues here. The pick is Blake Fisher. We're going to turn the card in. Blake Fisher at 100. Off we go. Cade Stover just came off the board to Carolina. Spencer Rattler just came off the board to New England. So the Patriots didn't take a quarterback, or did they double up on quarterback? I'm actually interested to see. I'm going up after we get to our pick. Damn. Jalen Wright's gone. That's what I wanted. It's not my draft. It's your draft. Some interesting names just came off the board. Devon Baker goes to the Bears. Andrew Phillips goes to the Broncos. Devondre Sweat finally comes off the board to the Saints. Jalen Wright, which was the guy I was eyeballing. And I know that Performance Provisions really liked Mason McCormick. He's gone now too. I'm interested to see who the Patriots took at number 3. Drake May. So, they doubled up on quarterback. All right. Gotcha. All right. So Washington is now on the clock at 123 overall. So let's see what's available. So first, we have no trade offers. So we're making this pick. So I'm going to go ahead and put in the comment section right now, who should Washington select with the 123rd overall pick? And we're just going to go positions here. And so we got cornerback. And then once the position wins out, we can start getting into the particulars of running back, linebacker, interior offensive line, and then BPA, whatever the hell that is at this point. Those are your options. So let's take a look, see at what's available as we get into this thing. All right. So now my whole thought process about trading back and picking up that fourth rounder, which we didn't have prior to this, was for running back, because I thought you could get the corner in the 5th round. And I still think you can get the corner in the 5th round. But I'm leaving this to you guys. And I see a lot of you talking corner. Let's look at corner. Let's go straight there. All right. See what's available. Cam Hart, who Washington brought in for a visit. I'm a Notre Dame Fighting Irish fan. I don't love him. Okay. But that's nor here nor there. They clearly see something in him. Elijah Jones, they brought in for a visit. I think they really like him. Jarvis Brownlee, they just brought in as well. See if there are any other names here that, and you don't want to go too far down this list, right? So, you see the corner names. See the corner names. And it doesn't have to be a guy they brought in for a visit either. Keep that in mind. This is your mock draft. Linebacker is in play now. I still think it's too early because I think they're taking Tyrese Knight if he falls into their wheelhouse. And I think you can get him at 139 if you want him. I honestly think he'll be available with the 152nd pick. But with this, the way they got it set up, he probably will be gone at 152. So you might have to take him at 139. We've done the edge rusher thing. Defensive tackle is pretty bare at this point. If we wanted one, we could have taken one way, way earlier. We had options. Plenty of times we passed up on that position. So running back, let's take a look at running back. Like Audric Estime, after running that slow-ass 40, ain't no way he going to be at the top of anybody's running back board at this point in the draft. But in front of all of these, like Ray Davis, are you kidding me? There's no way. He was, even if he would have run a 4.4, he wasn't going to be ahead of Ray Davis or Marshawn Lloyd, or some of these other names like Isaac Gorindo. Like Audric Estime running at 40 he's dead, in terms of coming off the board before a lot of these dudes. So running back clearly is in play now. And cornerback, interior offensive lineman probably starts to come into focus if you want to do something there. You're more likely to do something at guard if you were to do that. Let's see what they got as best player available. This is their best player available look. Again, I don't agree with this list, but whatever. All right, so let's see what you guys say on the community tab. Then we'll go in the comment section. We'll make sense of everything. So cornerback has the upper hand right now. I'll let that cook for a little bit longer. And let's go through the comment section and see what you guys say. Sean Jackson says, is Jerry Rice's son still available? No, he went in the 3rd round. I think Cincinnati or somebody like that took him. Performance Provision says, yeah, I like Hart here too. Cornerback. Hart Performance Provision says Hart has Quinn size but needs a lot of work. A lot of work. A lot of work. Herb Fontaine wants to know who took Theo Johnson. Well, let's go find out. Let's just check and see if he's still there. He's still there. Nobody took him. I'm going to look for a dude that is still there. All right. So I'm seeing corner and linebacker. I don't think I see BPA too. I don't think that. Let's go. Let's check the votes real quick one more time. And cornerback is running away with it. So we'll take a corner. Let's go to the cornerback position in particular. And who do you guys want out of this group? Cam Hart is at the top of this list, and he's still a little ways down on their top remaining players list. So if you're thinking BPA, he doesn't necessarily fit that. But here's the thing. If you don't take Cam Hart now, you're probably not going to get him, right? If you like him. I don't love him. I'm willing to pass on him and take Elijah Jones. I think he's a better ball player personally. But again, I'm going to let y'all decide that. What corner are we taking? I'm seeing Cam Hart pop up. Is that the final answer? Cam Hart? Frank McLaughlin says Jones. I'm staying out of this. All right. We're going Cam Hart. That's the pick. Turning it in. We move on. So we got 2 picks left. All right, we're on the clock. So to me, it's all about 2 positions now. It's all about running back and linebacker for me. I think the best value right now is running back, personally. And then you can get your linebacker. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Let's go to linebacker. Tyrese Knight is at 143 on their list, and he's creeping up towards the top of the linebackers. So you pass on him now. You don't pick again for another 13 picks. Is he going to be there? You got to ask yourself that. And then you go to the offense with the running back. It's a lot of good running back stuff. But are you interested in them? Ray Davis, I know a lot of people like him. Marshawn Lloyd is the no-brainer here if you're taking running back right now. He's not going to be here at this point in the 5th round. He's a 4th-round running back at worst. He might go in the 3rd. He's going to be off the board in the 4th round. You would have had to have taken him with that 4th round pick we traded for. You can't expect him to be here. So the fact that he's here, he would probably be the guy you would take here. But I think it's between those two positions. We don't need to go through the rest of these positions really at this point. You're kind of narrowing the focus. You only got 2 selections left. This is what we've done to this point. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Morgan, Xavier Legette, Jatavion Sanders, Austin Booker, Blake Fisher, Cam Hart. With the exception of Fisher and Legette, every single one of these guys has been in for a top 30 visit. So we're kind of sticking true to form. If what we've been told is legit, that Chef P likes to go with guys that they've brought in for the visits, then we've done a good job of kind of sticking true to form. Somebody asked about Bucky Irving. He gone. He gone. Yeah, he gone. He went a while ago, I think. Let's see where he went. Bucky went to the Bucks. I guess that's fitting. At 89 in the 3rd. So he been gone. We're in the 5th now. So he been gone 2 rounds ago. He left us. So Garendo is interesting. He's super raw. And with all that speed, you really don't see it on tape because of how they utilized him. All right. So I see Lloyd. Q-Face says go to safety. That's what's available at safety. That single high safety from USC was sitting there for the longest, and we passed up on him multiple times. And Kalen Bullock, he just went 3 picks before us to the Broncos. He would have been in play. He looked like a tall-ass corner, skinny as hell, but he could track the football, but he gone. So right now it's feeling a lot like running back. And it's feeling like, and we don't even know if they're interested in running back or not. They didn't bring a single running back in. For a visit. And unlike receiver, where it's a super deep class and maybe you didn't have to do that, they decided not to do it at all. You see how low they got Keelan Robinson, which is crazy because he's one of the few guys that offers you true kickoff return ability. They got him way down the list. That's, again, another crazy rating for me. He's way higher than a lot of these dudes that we're looking at. But again, I'm not telling you he's a great running back or anything, but just to offer the strength of his ability to return kicks and the 4.4 240 he ran at the combine, you'd think he'd be a lot higher. And he had some production at Texas too. But again, he's more of he's a little undersized for some. So what says you guys? All right. We're going to make a decision here. And there's more Lloyds than anything else. So we're going to go with Marshawn Lloyd. That ain't happening though, bro. That's just crazy that he's even here. This is some mock draft shit because he won't be here at 129. You would have had to have taken him at what were we at, 123 before? Yeah. You'd have to have taken him then. He's not going to be here. He might even go in the third round. He'll be one of the first running backs off the board. The Texas kid might still go. Brooks might still go first, even though he's coming off of an injury. Lloyd is not going to be that far behind. That's a steal. We're not getting that kind of steal in this draft, but that's the pick. Damn, the Panthers went back-to-back tight ends. Got two athletic dudes. They don't have no tight ends on their roster or something? Sheesh. Oh, shit. Damn. Chitlin circuit. The Browns want us to move back 4 spots, and we'll pick up a 7th round pick. That's on y'all. What y'all want to do? Move back 4 spots, pick up a 7th round pick. You heard me say damn because Tyrese Knight is gone. The Patriots got him. They traded up in front of us to get him. And that shit hurts because I honestly don't know what the hell to do now. that one, whoo, that one hurt. That's a gut punch. And I told y'all, if you don't take him, let's see how many running backs went. Because I told y'all that, and I mean, in shit, didn't no running backs go in between the time when we made that selection. So Marshawn probably would have been there, but clearly, and who's to say? One of these teams that took a different player might have taken Marshawn had he been available, but the Patriots took Tyrese Knight. They traded up in front of us and got him. That shit hurt. I ain't even gonna front. I don't even know what to do at this point. That one hurt a lot. Because you could have got a running back right here. But you wanted to come away with Tyrese Knight. You really wanted to. I think they would have taken the linebacker because we don't need a running back. We want a running back. We don't need a running back. You need that linebacker. But again, this is y'all mock draft, so I'm not tripping. This is when I take my hands off and say, I didn't do this. You did this. I wouldn't have taken the Notre Dame corner Cam Hart either. Yeah, that's a you thing, not a me thing. But this is y'all mock draft, man. So now y'all got to figure out what y'all want to do. All right, let's go through the positions. We got one pick to make. We can get out of here, out of this mock draft. This was fun. Just kind of seeing where y'all head was at. All right. So don't need a quarterback. We just took a running back. You could double up on receiver. I don't think you need to do that. And just looking at what's available, none of it. Anthony Gold is available. He's interesting. But again, you probably don't need to do that. That's overkill at this point. You don't need another tight end. Although you could talk yourself into a second one, because the guys that are currently on the roster, you don't love them, but you don't need to do that. You got a veteran, you drafted one already. You don't need to do that. We've doubled up on tackle already, so you don't need to do that. Which I love. I'm glad they doubled up on tackle. We did not take an interior offensive lineman. I could see them doing that. We had opportunities to do it, and we passed on it. So I don't see them going in that direction at this point, although they could. Defensive tackle. This is what is available. Still some solid names, but again, if you really wanted defensive tackle, we had every opportunity to do something there, and we passed. Still some solid names on the edge rusher list. Guys that I like, but you already took an edge rusher, so. And one that I'm excited about. That's my favorite pick to this point. Outside of the quarterback, obviously. And Xavier Legette. I love that one too. Even though you might have been able to wait on him, you can't beat yourself up over that. I took Jordan McGee in the mock draft, but I think that might have been a 7th round pick when we still had a 7th rounder. And we just took a corner. I mean, you could double up on corner. Elijah Jones is still there. We were talking about, I was saying I would have taken him here. This is when I would have taken Elijah Jones, and I would have taken something else when we took Cam Hart. But I would have probably taken a different position there. But Elijah Jones is still here. Jarvis Brownlee is here. This is probably the best value, is just doubling up on corner, to be honest with you. You don't have to take a linebacker. The guy that you want isn't here. So this is when you say BPA. To hell with. There's no need at this point. It's BPA. And Elijah Jones is probably your best option at this pick, if you're asking me. So what says you guys? Let's finish this thing up strong. What says you? Savart says Elijah Jones. Coach T. Brown says take the trade and let's get linebacker. I forgot about the trade. Let's get linebacker and safety. Move back and get another pick. Who wants to move back at this point? You could do that. Move back 4 spots. And you'd get a 7th round pick. So that still exists. Who's interested in moving back? Still letting it cook. I'm going to let it cook for 2 more minutes. A minute or two, rather. BPA. Trade. Can Jones play MB because we need one? 7th round, not much better than undrafted Jones. I don't know if I'm interested in a 7th round pick at this point. A lot of y'all are saying, some of y'all are saying trade, but most of you have said Elijah Jones. Coach asks who's left at safety. This is what's left at safety. A lot of nothing. So Jones seems to be the overwhelming selection. I think it's the best move you got here. Double down on the cornerback position and move on. All right, so that is our draft. The rest of these picks are going to finish up here, but here's what we did. This is what our draft looks like. I'm going to take a snapshot of this, and I'm going to post it on I'm going to post this on the wall, on my community tab wall. All right. So that was fun. We got a lot done. Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall. You get it. You get a starting tackle to protect his blind side at 36 in Jordan Morgan. You get him a big time wide receiver to pair with Terry and why am I blanking on his name? I see his damn face. Sheesh. Jahan Dotson. Jesus. And Jahan Dotson. So you got 3 receivers you feel really good about now. You get Jatavion Sanders at the top of the 3rd round, essentially at 67. And now you pair him up with Zach Ertz, and you let him learn from Ertz, and that's going to be really beneficial for him. Austin Booker is the most exciting pick outside of Jaden Daniels and maybe Xavier Legette, but even Legette kind of feels early, right? But you either you did it then or you probably wasn't going to get him at 67 in this particular mock draft. I think in the regular draft, you might be able to get him still. With how he's being viewed, I think you're going to have to take him at 40 if you want to get him. He won't probably make it to 67. But Booker moving back from 78 to 86, chancing it, him still being there and getting that 4th round pick, which allowed you to select Cam Hart. I would have gone in a different direction there. But especially we ended up getting Elijah Jones a little bit later. But that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is picking up that extra 4th was an adrenaline rush. Blake Fisher at 100, doubling down on the tackle position. I love it. As I mentioned, Cam Hart, you guys selected him with that 4th rounder that we picked up. Marshawn Lloyd was a luxury pick at that point. You're going BPA. He was available and he shouldn't have been. So that's where you just say BPA, and that's what they did there. And I love it. And then Elijah Jones, to me, is, again, another BPA pick, doubling down on corner. We did not take a linebacker for the 19th year in a row. I'm being facetious, but we did not take a a linebacker again. So there is that, but I'm not upset about us not taking a linebacker. So anyway, I digress. Let's get to the comment section and see what you guys have to say. All right. CJ shoots photo. Been a member for 31 months. My guy CJ shoots photo writes, bold prediction, Patrick Paul in the 3rd round if he can play right tackle. Any tackle that can play left can play right, but is he comfortable playing right tackle is the question. In the mock draft, where did he end up? I don't know where he ended up. I'm pretty sure he ended up going somewhere in the my guess is he went somewhere in the 3rd round because we were considering him in the 3rd round. And I think he went after like our first 3rd round pick between 67 and 78. I think he went. He was there at 67, though, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was there at 67. And then we got to 78 and he was gone. He got taken by the Falcons at 74. So we would have had to have taken him at 67 if we wanted him. We took Sanders, which made a lot of sense considering that we had already taken a tackle in Jordan Morgan earlier in the draft. Video channel says 8 or 9 of those 22 guys will be Commanders. Yeah, that was something that dawned on me. When I went to the gym today and I was thinking to myself, we say they were amongst their peers, but they're not going to be on the same team. And I was like, actually, like at least 4 or 5 of those dudes are probably going to end up being Commanders. So I don't know. 8 or 9 is a bit much because that would mean every single guy that they had in for a visit, every guy that they draft, they had in for a visit. And that's not usually how it works. You might get 2 or 3, 4 on the high side, not all 9 guys. Right. But yeah. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, I want my 1 hour and 2 minutes of life back. Recently, I watched MusicHead, and you know what? I got no music. You talked and talked. Give me my time back, Lou. You owe me. Nah. I don't think that's true because I have never done a video where you didn't get some sort of music. Only video I did was J. Cole, and that wasn't that long. It's like 18 minutes long. So you're telling a story. Every video that I've done on that channel, you've gotten some sort of music. Now, I can't guarantee you that that'll be the case in the future. It might be me talking, but it'll be me talking to you guys. But you lying. You telling the story. Because the only video I've had that was that long was the Drake video. The Drake and Rick Ross video. And I played both of those diss tracks. So, again, you lying. Get out of here. HTTR. Mr. HTTR, thank you for being a member for 15 months. Who writes, 1 week to go. That's it. I'm telling you, the next 6 days are going to move at a snail's pace. You guys are going to be over here thirsty. 1 week to go. Let go. Daniels will be the pick. We'll see. He has a really good chance to be the pick. Everybody's projecting. I always get nervous. I'm scarred from the Ben Johnson situation. Because everybody told us we were getting Ben Johnson, and I drunk the Kool-Aid, and it didn't happen. I'm glad it didn't happen, but in the moment, we had egg all over our face. So I'm kind of apprehensive when everybody's like, oh, Jaden Daniels is a pick. Jaden Daniels is a pick. Jaden Daniels is a pick. I'm like, I don't know about that. He might be the pick, though. And if he is, again, I'm cool. You cool? Cool. Okay. I'm on board. I'm going to be excited. Frank McLaughlin, my guy, Frankie baby, my guy, Frank. Aloha, baby. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Once again, thank you for your generosity, my guy, Frank McLaughlin. Right, Lou, Frankie baby. Cheers to a great couple of shows. Really enjoyed them. The presser today made me feel better. Group visit situation. It shined some more light on it. I mean, they didn't say anything that moved the needle for me necessarily, but what was a bit of information that wasn't privy, prior was they said they also had individuals, which we kind of, I mean, I think there was an assumption there that they were going to eventually split up at some point and sit down with these prospects one-on-one individually. To what extent they were able to do that and to how much resources, I still, question how much you get done. But, what they said was interesting, which was, bro, we've talked to these guys on Zoom and we've met them at pro days and at the combine, and like we've done exhaustive work. So this official visit was cool, but we've already done the whiteboard thing with them on Zoom, right? Like we've already, and I've watched Zoom conference calls with prospects. Like I told you, watching the other teams, show draft shows, like the In the Den show with the Lions. They actually show some of their coaches and some of the questions that they ask the prospects. They don't show you the prospect that they're talking to, obviously for obvious reasons, but they show the coaches sitting down on the Zoom call, asking them questions. And so they can ask them anything that they want to ask them and get the answers that they're looking for. So that's something that I didn't really entertain. Like, oh, we did. But again, that goes back to already knowing who the pick is. If you've done all the work and you've done an exhaustive, search already, and you've already done all of the homework, then the hay's in the barn. You already know who the pick is. Now you just want to see how he interacts with those around him. That's essentially what you're doing. So he said it gives me confidence that they know what they're doing. I love it too, man. I told you I have nothing but the utmost confidence in their ability to get the job done. So I am totally on board. Totally on board. Thank you once again for your generosity. Really appreciate you. Frankie, baby. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Yes, my team only won one Super Bowl, but that's more than you. I don't count the pre-cap years. What you got, Lou? Pre-cap Super Bowl teams had more money and thus cheated, including you. That's got to be one of your worst takes. Got to be, without question. That's like somebody saying, technically we have 6 championships because people aren't counting our world championships before they were called Super Bowls. And yeah, go sit out in the corner with that foolishness. All right. You got one Super Bowl. Be happy that you got one Super Bowl. We have 3. Catch up. You're losing. Okay. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, trade back Lou, draft Spencer Rattler. Clearly, that is not happening. But Trev, you have got to be a grade 8, maybe a level 9 troll. You're pretty high on the list, my man. So our GM today already said, or yesterday said, we're not trading back. So Spence is definitely not the selection. Somebody's going to take him. I think Spence didn't come off the board in this mock draft till when? I think it was the 4th round. I'm looking right now. Yeah, Spence didn't come off until, and coincidentally enough, he went to a team that already had a quarterback. They drafted a quarterback. The Patriots had already drafted Drake May, and they doubled down and got Spencer Rattler. That's never happening. 4th round, Spencer Rattler's going in the 2nd round. Somebody's going to take him. Ed B. Thank you for being a member for 31 months. My guy Ed B writes, anybody, anywhere, anytime, draft time, mob up. That might be the mantra come next Thursday, right? Anybody, anywhere, anytime, draft time, mob up. That might be it. When you're dealing with Chef P and he cooking up, anybody, anywhere, anytime can get the call. Love it. Jadi Moore, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you, Jadi Moore. Keenan Bates, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Keenan some love. Welcome him with open arms and show Keenan what it's like to be a member of the MOBB. Keenan, welcome to the squad. Glad to have you on board. Chippa, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Chippa writes, I've been an LSU fan since Honey Badger, but if bro don't want to be here, Jaden, I don't want any issues. Get me the QB that wants to be here. Cliff will get them right. So just because he doesn't want to necessarily be here doesn't mean you don't take him. So this isn't free agency. You're not putting a gun to somebody's head. You know, this is the thing. Jaden may have a preference. Having a preference and not wanting to play somewhere is two different things. If he didn't want to play here, and I've made this point somewhere along the way, he wouldn't have taken the visit, right? If I don't want to play for your organization at all, I'm not even taking the visit. I need you to know I don't want to play for your organization. He took the visit. I think his preference is to go to the Vegas Raiders. I think it's public knowledge at this point. We've seen the way he's interacted. We know the history between him and the Raiders head coach, Antonio Pierce, and he's a West Coast kid. The Raiders give him an opportunity to be on the West Coast, closer to home. You're pairing him up with a guy that he knows goes way back to his Arizona State days when AP was there as one of the defensive coaches and he was there as a starting quarterback. And they're a talented team of the Raiders. I get it. I understand. Right? But Caleb Williams didn't want to go to the Bears initially. Jim Kelly didn't want to go to the Buffalo Bills. Right? Like, we've seen this throughout history. And unless you're willing to go to the lengths that John Elway or Eli Manning went to, then guys have a preference. I was talking to Derek B. Me and him were having a pretty spirited debate today about preference. And he says none of these quarterbacks prefer Washington. I don't buy that. I think Drake May would prefer to come to Washington. His thing is all these quarterbacks would prefer to go to Minnesota over Washington. I'm gonna call your bluff on that because for me, one, if you're a young guy, which these guys are, your ego wants you to go as high as you can possibly go, right? You want to go number one overall so you can say, hey, I'm viewed as the best guy in this draft. I'm the top dog. You can't go one, you want to go two, right? Now, would Caleb Williams prefer to go to Washington? Yeah, he would. Come back home. He got Cliff Kingsbury here. Yeah, there's relationships. Same thing with Drake May. Maybe his relationship with what's the quarterback that played for 90 years in the NFL? McCown, right? Josh McCown. His relationship with Josh McCown. Maybe he wants to play for the Vikings. My feel watching Drake May is that he'll play anywhere. He's just excited to get drafted and he wants to go as high as he can possibly go. And not to mention Washington is closer to home than any of the other destinations. So for me, I think Washington would be pretty high on his list of teams and where he would like to go because, again, we offer him something that none of these other teams do, and that's the ability to be closer to home. And we give him the chance to be drafted higher than any of the other, destinations. So we could sit here and debate. We don't know what these guys ultimately want to do. We do know Jaden would prefer to go to the Vegas Raiders, but I don't think he's one of those guys that would be like, nah, I don't want to play there. So I'm not tripping off of that. I'm not tripping off that. Yeah. But again, to each its own. Would you prefer the guy that you're drafting to love your organization and want to be there and show enthusiasm? Yeah. I you know what's going to be interesting if his name gets called? Is he going to have that big Jaden Daniels grin on his face, or is he going to look like, you know, he's constipated? You know, he's forcing a smile and he's not really excited, but hey, they took me, so I'm going. We'll see, right? But either way, if they turn the card in with his name on it, he's coming to Washington. So I'm not tripping about it. Derek PR. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Derek PR, right? So at the end of the day, AP will select Drake May. We'll see. I still think that that's going to be the pick. But again, as I've said a million times, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, I'm good with either one. Just as good with either one. There's not a massive gap for me. Christopher McLaughlin, and as I continue to analyze Jaden Daniels and I watch more of his games, I become more and more like, intrigued by him and what he could bring and the stress that he puts on defenses and what he'd be able to do at the NFL level. But I still think the upside lies with Drake May, for me at least. The floor, though, is the thing with Jaden Daniels. If he's healthy, the floor is way higher than any of the other quarterbacks. That includes Caleb Williams, if you ask me. So, Christopher McLaughlin, my guy Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy Chris. Thank you for your support as always. Writes, hey Lou, what's up, Chris? Hope all is well with you and the fam. Likewise, as always, hope you and the family are doing splendid. 2 questions. 1, what position would you address with the compensatory pick from the 49ers for Chase Young in that trade? And 2, how do you see Jeremy Chin and Derek Forrest working together as safeties? So Chin is more of that box safety. He's more of that guy down around the line of scrimmage, almost like an extra linebacker, more so. Meanwhile, I see Derek Forrest being more like the 2022 Derek Forrest that was roaming around the deep middle of the field. And we know he's got that, 4.4 speed. I think he might even ran a sub 4.4, might have ran a 4.39 or something. We know Derek Forrest can run. So he can get to either red line, right? So I think he's more of a high safety, right? Single high, split safety. That I see him off the ball, way back deep. Meanwhile, Jeremy Chin's going to be up close near the line of scrimmage. So, you said, what do we address with the compensatory pick from the Niners in the Chase Young deal? So that's the 100th pick overall, that 3rd rounder. Again, the board is going to decide what ultimately gets done there. For me and my money, I think once you get into that range, if you haven't traded back to pick up an extra 4th, that's in play there. Somebody would want to come up into the last pick of day 2 and get a guy. So that definitely is going to be a hot spot potentially to trade back. You saw what happened when we got there. And most of our picks early in the mock draft, we had 2 offers, but there were 2 enticing offers at 100. And had we not traded back at 78, which is where I probably would prefer to trade back. I don't want to trade out of day 3 or day 2 into day 3. I would like to just trade back a bit in day 3 and pick up a day or back a bit in round 3 and pick up a day 3 4th round pick, which we don't currently have. So I would prefer to trade 78. That's the one. And right where we did, like trade back 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots, which is going to net you that 4th round pick. That's what I'm looking to do. Right. So 100, I think you're in that range where if you haven't addressed edge rusher, that's in play. If you haven't addressed tight end, that's in play. If you haven't addressed corner, that's in play in the 3rd round. I think Elijah Jones, who we got in the 5th round in this mock draft, you're going to probably have to spend that 100th pick, especially if you don't have a 4th round pick on him. I don't see him being around in the 5th round, right? So I think the value is greater at that 3rd round pick for a multitude of positions, but obviously it's going to come down to what have we done in the draft already. Have we taken a receiver? Have we taken a tight end? Have we taken an edge rusher? Have we taken, a corner? Have we taken a tackle? Are you doubling up on tackle? Because I think if my memory serves me correct, we spent that 100th pick in the mock draft on Blake Fisher. Let me take a look and see. Pretty sure that's what we did. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and post that to my community wall right now, and get that thing going. And all right, so I just posted that, and yes, we took Blake Fisher. At 100, and that sounds about right. Doubling down on tackle, corner, running back. If you're afraid that you won't get the one you want, you might go running back a little earlier. I told you I don't want to show up at the running back party early. I want to show up there in the 4th round where I really think it gets underway. But again, if you don't have a 4th round pick, then you may be forced to do something that you don't want to do. I definitely see at that 100th pick, tackle, edge rusher, if you haven't already addressed it, tight end, if you haven't already addressed it. And I think tight end, if you don't get Jatavion Sanders at 67, he's probably gone by 78. And if he's gone by 78, you don't need to spend a pick on tight end until you get to the 5th round, because then you're looking at Jarrett Wiley. He's not going anywhere to the 5th round. So I don't even think tight end's on the board at that point. If you haven't already addressed it, it's probably not even something you're looking to address at that point. So, I mean, unless you like Ben Sinnott, and he might be there, but they didn't bring him in for a visit. So I think it's Eric All or Jarrett Wiley. Those are the guys that they're, really interested in. And those guys, again, are day 3 guys. So I think it'd be tackle, corner, wide receiver, if you haven't addressed that yet. Those are the positions that I think are going to make the most sense there, right? Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for your generosity as always. Really, truly do appreciate you, man. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships and blessing those who haven't already become members of the MOBB. Thank you so much for your generosity, and make sure if he blessed you and you became a member because of him, you thank him as well. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Just Andre, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, thoughts on Renardo Green? That's the cornerback, I think, out of FSU. I haven't watched him yet, so I'm just digging into the cornerback position. He's a little ways down that list, so haven't dug into him yet, so I can't tell you anything about him. Am I tripping? Is that the right guy? Because like I said, I just started digging into these corners, but we're gonna get to that position before the draft, so I might be off on the school there, but I think he is out of Florida State. But like I said, I haven't gotten deep enough. He's not at the top of this list. Renardo Green. Man, he's way down the list. If I'm, did I pass him? I had to have passed him. He's not. He can't be that far down. Yeah, no, he's right here. Yeah, Florida State. He's not that far down the list. He's probably like 3 or 4 more corners away from where I am right now. So, he'll be somebody that I'll check out. So you'll know how I feel about him sometime over the weekend or next week for sure. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Thank you for being my guy. Video channel. This double up. This feels like double up. Is this double up? Yeah. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy. Video channel writes, "Sup, Lou? Sup, video channel. Say Washington takes JD or May at 2, which is a safe assumption to make. At 67, Penix is still available. What do you do? What do you mean? What do you do? You find the first team willing to trade with you to try to come up and get him and see how far you have to go back. You're not doubling down at quarterback with a first rounder and a third rounder. That's insane, right? Remember and he hasn't lied to us in this capacity. What has Adam Peters already told us? How many quarterbacks are going to camp with? 4. How many do we already have on the roster? 3. So you add that rookie and you got your 4th quarterback. So they're not drafting 2 quarterbacks. So that's not even up for debate. You take the quarterback at 2 and you're done entirely with the position in the draft. So if Penix is there at 67, Penix is just there at 67. All that means is that pick holds more value because maybe somebody wants to trade up to get him, but he's not going to last to 67, right? Who are we kidding? In the mock draft we just did, he got drafted in the first round. The Broncos came back up into the first round and got him at 26. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but that kind of feels like what could happen. Like somebody come back up back into the first round to come get him. If they don't, he's going in the second round, along with Spencer Rattler and Bo Nix. Nix lasted until like the 3rd round, and Rattler lasted until the 4th round. None of that shit's happening, okay? None of that shit's happening. Billy A., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Billy A. writes, my problem with Sanders is he's a terrible blocker. That he is. I'm not going to front, but this is where coaching comes into play. We don't need him to be a fantastic blocker. We just need him to not be Jordan Reed at blocking. That's what we need, okay? The effort is there. Like, it's not like he just doesn't want, like Jordan Reed didn't want to block. He wants to block. He just sucks at it. Very badly he does. But you touch up some technique stuff, and I just need him to get in the way. He can do that, right? You coach him up a bit. You get him just a little bit sharper on the intricate details, where to step, how not to lose ground but gain ground as you're getting up to the defender to block, body positioning, hand positioning, angles, all of those. He can do enough, right? And he wants to block. Yes, he is a terrible blocker. You're not wrong. He shows a lack of want to. I don't agree with that. I think he could show a more aggressiveness, but it's not like, Olay, I don't want any parts of this. I just don't think he's very good at it. I've seen corners baby him, especially Terrion Arnold. I don't disagree with you. I was so disappointed in him as a blocker. I was like, give me more. It wasn't because of a lack of effort, though, on my part. I just thought, damn, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get him to be an adequate blocker, which is all we need him to be. We don't need him to maul dudes in the run game. I need you to be a little bit better than this shit, right? And that's why you bring in a Zach Ertz. That's why you got a Zach Ertz. That's why you got a John Bates. They can help him with that. You look at some of the best tight ends in NFL history. A lot of these dudes weren't tremendous blockers. Antonio Gates was not a tremendous blocker. He got it. He got the job done. He was not a great blocker. I still don't know how he didn't get in the Hall of Fame as a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's still crazy to me. But V-Chow, you're not wrong, video channel, though. Or excuse me, Billy A. You're not wrong, right? He's a terrible blocker. I agree. He needs to be better, but that's what coaching is for. You don't just bypass him because of that. You're drafting him to be a pass catcher anyway. Let somebody else block, but you can't just have him in to throw him the ball. He's going to have to at least get in the way, and hopefully they can coach him up to be better at least doing that. V Chow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. V Chow writes, thoughts on Jalen McMillan, wide receiver from TCU, big, strong, and probably one of the best go up and get it guys in the draft. Is he from TCU? I thought he was from Washington. Am I tripping? Thought Jalen McMillan went to Washington. Yeah, I ain't tripping. He went to Washington. I mean, he's cool. I liked all the Washington receivers. So he's a cool receiver. I'm not tripping about it. There are a number of guys that can go up and get the ball in this draft. He's not better than Xavier Legette at going up and getting the football. You know, there's a number of guys, and he's not a big receiver in terms of size. You're talking about 6'1", roughly 200 pounds. He's like 195, 197, something like that. So he's not a tremendously big guy, but he plays big. He does go up and attack the football. But again, he's no Rome Odunze, right? He's no Xavier Legette. So I like him. And I think he has a chance to be a really solid pro. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, sup, Lou? I should not be awake right now, LOL. Anyway, well, I appreciate you sticking it out with the kid. Proud member of the Drake May militia, hashtag Civil War. Gonna be happy no matter what, though. Hashtag HTTC. You're the first person I've heard say it that way. That's actually pretty funny. But all jokes aside, the fact that you said going to be happy no matter what is ultimately what I like to hear, right? Because while you may prefer, there's a preference, and I think everybody has a preference. Whether you are throwing stones or firing your weapon at the other side is the difference, right? But everybody has a preference. I have a preference, but I'm not willing to engage in battle against my fellow man over a quarterback that I'd be just as happy to get if we took him, right? You see what I'm saying? Some people, it doesn't work that way for them. But the fact that you said, hey, I prefer Drake May, but if I'm good either way, that should be how everybody feels, right? I'm team Jaden Daniels. I'm team JD5, but I'm cool either way. And you could be like, you know what? I don't want Drake May. I want Jaden Daniels, but I'm gonna rock with whatever decision they make, right? Like, I respect that too. I don't want Drake May. Somebody could say I want JD5, but I'm gonna rock with what. That's all I need to know. Whose side are you on? Because some of these dudes, some of these fans out here, they are so caught in their feelings that if they don't take the guy they want them to take, they're anti-Commanders. They want to see Adam Peters fail. They want to see Drake May fail. They want to see Jaden Daniels fail. You're not a real fan then. And I don't even like to pull that card. I can't tell somebody how to feel, but you should never be rooting against your team because of they did something you didn't like from a player standpoint. You can root against the team or be upset about decisions that the owners, like what Dan Snyder used to do to us and put us in these positions where he made you sometimes question your fandom. Like, why do I even like this team? Why am I here? I get that. But to be so upset because they didn't take a guy you wanted, that you root against them? Like, I get when the team is at the end of a season and you're tanking like we did last year, where you go, bro, it's paining, it's killing me to root against us, but bro, it doesn't make any sense to win. Aren't you glad we didn't beat the Jets? Aren't you glad we didn't beat the Rams? Like, aren't you glad we lost those games? We could have been the Patriots. The Patriots won a game against the Denver Broncos on I think it was a Sunday night. They had no business winning. And they ended up with the third pick. We could have been them. You know how shitty that would have been to have to sit there and wait for whatever they don't take? Anyway, G Moore baby. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. G Moore baby writes, starting to like JJ, don't like May at all. And again, totally get why someone would watch Drake May and say, I'm good on him. I get it. You probably only watched 2023. You didn't watch much of 2022, but still, I don't generally like quarterbacks that aren't ascending. I like ascending players. Drake May's not ascending, but again, I don't want to sit here and be the excuse guy, but you got a new coordinator. You lose some of your offensive linemen. A lot of things are changing around you. Shit happens, right? I can make excuses for him, but I'm not. You know, the tape is what it is. So I get it. I don't want JJ McCarthy, though. I know that. I know that much. V Chow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy V Chow writes, Austin Booker apparently has one of the lowest career snap counts for a draft pick. Do you think that's something about his 3-down ability or coaching? I honestly just believe that's a byproduct of what he was. You know, this is a guy that is extremely raw. He's a redshirt sophomore, so he's only played 2 years of college ball, right? So he's extremely raw. Hasn't played a ton of ball, which I think it could go one or two ways. Like for some coaches, that's a blank canvas. Give me that blank canvas. Let me work with that. And then like he can play the run. Go watch him. Like you're not going to walk away saying, I can't have him on the field on first and second down. You're not going to walk away saying that about him. Matter of fact, I bet you he got long arms. I never even checked to see what his length was arm-wise. I bet you he's got 33 or 34-inch arms. But he's physical in the run game, man. I was shocked because you see some guys that are much bigger that get, destroyed in the run game and aren't a factor. This dude was a problem in the run game. So it's not about not being able to play on the field. I just think this is a guy that's just extremely raw, right? He only played in 6 games in his first season. He redshirted his first year, played in 6 games. He transferred to Minnesota or from Minnesota to Kansas, and this is the only season. He's only got 1 real season. So again, you're trading up. He's got 34-inch arms. I knew it. Like this dude I'm telling you, man. The more and more I watch of him, the more I convince myself I'm trying not to do the thing that I do sometimes where I get so attached to a prospect that if we don't get him, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be not upset, disappointed. And I don't want to do that, right? I just want to go into this thing open-minded, just see what they do and be excited about whatever it is they do. But he's vastly becoming the defensive Xavier Legette for me, where like that's the guy I kind of really want, right? And I'm kind of backing off of Xavier Legette because I know that this is a deep wide receiver draft class. They haven't, at least with Booker, I know there's intrigue there. They had him for a visit. They didn't have any receivers, so I don't even know if they're interested in Xavier Legette. I can't even tell you if that's a guy that's on their radar or not. I like to think he is. They said they want to get bigger, they want to get faster. He fits that bill, and he can return kicks. What's not to love here? You can use this guy in a multitude of ways in his rookie season, but we'll see what they decide to do, right? I think Xavier Legette is a guy that fits what they're trying to do, but again, we'll see. Booker literally redshirted his freshman year, He's played in 6 games his second year, transferred over from Minnesota to Kansas, and that's his 1 year of college football, essentially, and he killed it. Won the newcomer of the Big 12 year award, newcomer of the year award in the Big 12, rather, and it was really good for one season. And I think that's one of those positions I've talked about. Edge rusher is you have to project. You have to project. You hope that a guy comes in with skill and production and this, that, and the third. But the truth of the matter is, most of these guys, you're gonna have to coach them up. And he's one of those guys. But he's got a skill set. He's got the size. He's got the athleticism. He's got the motor. He's got everything you need. All the tools are there. You just got to get it out of him. And he needs to put on a little bit of weight. And I think that runway that AP was talking about when he said, hey, we put ourselves in a position where you can give a guy a year, give him that runway where he doesn't have to play as much right away while he's growing, while he's learning, while he's developing. That's Austin Booker, man. That's what I heard when he said that. William Rogers Jr., been a member for 21 months, almost at their 2-year anniversary, man. Really appreciate you, who writes, how would you feel if Washington drafted JJ at 2? I'd be very disappointed. I'm a ride, right? I already told you I'm a ride with whatever they do. So I'm not one of those people that I'm going to be so up in arms that, oh, man, I want them to fail this, that, and the third. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be disappointed because you passed on 2 guys that are clearly more talented and have higher upsides. And I told you, when you're this high in the draft, you're not looking for a double, right? You're looking for a home run. Jaden Daniels has the ability to hit a home run, and Drake May has the ability to hit a home run. JJ McCarthy at best might get you a triple, and you better slide head first, and your helmet better fly off coming around second because you're running as fast as you can, and you better hope the person that gets the ball in the outfield don't have a gun because you're out at third, okay? I just would prefer the guy that's going to knock it over the fence, and you have a better chance of doing that with May or Daniels. So I'd be disappointed. I'm not going to front, but if that's who they say is the best quarterback for them, I'm a ride. I'm a ride, and I would hope that I'm wrong, just like I was wrong about Ben Johnson, and what I wanted and what we needed were 2 different things. I'd hope I would be in that position again. Right. That's what I would tell myself so I could sleep at night, but I wouldn't be excited about that. Coach T. Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Coach T. Brown writes, I'm firing at all those May guys. Bang. Just kidding. Hey, y'all some damn fools. I'm back in the house already. Yeah, I went back in, locked my 7 locks. I'm looking out through the window again, but you guys are hilarious, man. Dang. Again, can't we all just get along? And I know you say you were just kidding, man. And at the end of the day, 6 more days of the Civil War. Because in order to have a war, you got to have 2 participants participating. And once one of these quarterbacks is selected, the side that has their guy selected, they're not fighting no more. They might be egging on the other side. I told you, sticking their tongue out. Oh, they're good, but they're not fighting no more. They got their guy. Now they're going to spend the rest of the offseason defending their guy and defending the pick. But we won't know what it's going to turn out to be until they put the pads on and we start to see what this actually looks like. But the war is over. Okay, the war is going to be halted once the pick is made. The war is not officially over until there's a verdict. Whether the player is good or not is going to determine if the war is over. You want it to be over fast? Let them be good in year 1. And that will put everybody to rest and put all of the naysayers to sleep, and we can go on about our business. If the doors open after year 1 and we're still not sure, then you're going to have that group get even louder on the other side. Like, I told you, and especially if the other guy If you take May and JD kills it, or if you take JD and May is killing it, you already know what's going to happen. Similar to what we talked about last year with Gonzalez and Emmanuel Forbes last year. We said those two are going to forever be linked because we all wanted Gonzalez and they took Forbes. And so no matter what happens, we're always going to be looking and seeing what Christian Gonzalez, and I don't ever want to wish injury on anybody, but thank God he didn't finish the year last year, because the way he was trending, he would have been a top corner. He would have been on some Sauce Gardner shit. You already saw what he was doing. Oh my God, it would have been agonizing watching this guy kill it the way he was in New England. Luckily enough for us as fans, and more importantly, luckily enough for Emmanuel Forbes Jr., Gonzalez went down, because it would have been hell for him, because Gonzalez was well on his way to having a defensive rookie of the year type campaign. He was that good early. He had dudes like Tyreek Hill saying, hey, man, that dude's legit. He's the truth. It'll be the same thing with May and Jaden Daniels. And maybe even to a lesser degree, J.J. McCarthy. But it's really those two. We'll do the same thing. Their careers will forever be linked. So, anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man Louie T, here on the Command Post Live. I really, truly appreciate you guys chopping it up with the kid. I'm going to go watch this Commander's Log episode tomorrow. First thing in the morning, you'll get a reaction video to that. So be on the lookout for that. Also, I appreciate y'all participating in the first ever live mock draft here on the Louie T Network. This is probably an exercise that we'll continue to do moving forward. I figured it was an exercise you guys would like. And I liked it too. I enjoyed that. And seeing how your minds work and what you wanted to do, that was fun. So look forward to doing that in the future. And if you don't see me in a live capacity, which I think there's a shot that you could get me in a live capacity tomorrow, although there are some basketball games that I don't think I want to step on the toes of. Next week, I will definitely be pushing the schedule on you guys for the draft and the content and Bleacher Report and all of that stuff. Next week, I also will be pushing on you the announcement that I have during the draft. So you'll be hearing a lot of that next week. And we'll be doing all of the final preparations for the draft. I may even do a live. I'm thinking about doing a live first round mock draft. So that's something that could be in the works. I may just altogether say to hell with a mock draft this year. We'll see. We'll see what I decide to do. But next week is going to be crazy. This weekend is going to be crazy with the NBA playoffs. So you may see me, you may not, but you'll definitely get a video today. If you're on the East Coast, you'll definitely get a video from me. So there's that. Anyway, I digress. You guys have a good one. Take care. You know what it is. Post up. Take command. Until next time, you guys take care. God bless. Good night.